Chapter 995. The sea was the inverted sky. In ancient times, there was a general named Tsang. After the heavens fell into chaos, he was reduced to an earth general, guarding the sea. There were also loyal souls from the 8 directions that died in battle. The heroic souls returned to the sea and turned into rain that returned to the heavens. They stayed in the heavens as rain and were indestructible. They could be used to create the Tao soldiers of the ancient map. Even the saints fought for them. Old Wu was eloquent and eloquent. He told Ning Fan about the ancient secrets that his master had told him. Of course, Old Wu only understood the gist of these words. The gist of it was that the eternal everlasting rain had a great origin and it could be used to forge the legendary ancient diagram Tao soldiers. Ancient diagram Tao soldiers, Ning Fan pondered over the words of Elder Wu. This was the first time he heard of this term. Right, this ancient inextinguishable rain is used to forge the ancient diagram Tao soldiers. Master should know that in the same rank, a Tao soldier is weaker than a magic treasure. Old Wu suddenly changed the topic and asked. Roughly, that's true. Ning Fan thought for a moment and answered. The strength of a Tao tool was that it could grow with the increase of its master's cultivation. However, there were gains and losses. The might of a Tao tool and the changes in its mystical abilities were not like enchanted treasures of the same grade. Therefore, be it the experts that Ning Fan had met before or himself, none of them treated Tao soldiers as their trump cards. At the same level, Tao soldiers were weaker than ordinary Dharma treasures. This was an indisputable fact, and it was also the consensus of the cultivation world. Wrong, everyone is wrong. There was no way Tao soldiers would be weak. It was rumored that among the 3 great true worlds, there was a true world that was controlled by numerous ancient sacred sects. The cultivators from those sacred sects basically did not use enchanted treasures. When they attacked, they used Tao soldiers, and the might of their Tao soldiers far surpassed that of normal enchanted treasures. It is said that those sacred sects have many blueprints for forging Tao soldiers from the primordial era, and they are able to forge the legendary ancient diagram Tao soldiers. That is why their power is so formidable and far surpasses those of the same grade. Wu Lao Ba turned his hand and took out an ancient book made of leather that had turned yellow. Then, he respectfully passed it to Ning Fan. I won't hide it from Master. This item is a treasure that has been passed down from generation to generation in the Black Fate sect, but who wants Little 8 to be so loyal and devoted? There was no other way, Xiao Ba could only bear the pain and give this book to Master. Little 8 isn't asking for Master's approval, but for loyalty, passion, for, Little 8 hasn't finished yet. Master, don't be in such a hurry to see it. Listen to Little 8's inner loyalty first. Ning Fan automatically ignored Elder Wu's pledge of loyalty and flipped through the pages of the yellowing ancient book. The first thing he felt was the chi of an ancient ferocious beast. This was, the beast skin of an immortal emperor-level ferocious beast, and it was from a very long time ago. There were no words on the cover. On the first 10 pages of the ancient book, there was a drawing of the mountain sea axe. The materials used and the steps to create the axe were marked in detail. At the end of the book, there was an introduction of the person who drew it. Barbarian Weapon Mountain Sea Axe. This axe can be ranked as the 66th grade of the sacred sect. However, it lacks the ancient Tao Star, the ancient kingdom Wind Crystal, the Earth Mountain Ridge, and the Earth Giant's Tooth. I've spent my entire life trying to refine it. It's a pity. Ning Fan looked at the materials used and was stunned. He had never heard of any of the materials used to make this mountain sea axe. Moreover, it was clearly a heaven-defying item. In that case, even if he had the blueprint, he wouldn't be able to forge this ancient map Tao soldier. Ning Fan subconsciously looked at Elder Wu. Elder Wu immediately shook his head like a rattle drum. Master, don't look at me. I can't get immortal materials that don't exist in the illusory world. What he meant was that the materials used to forge the mountain sea axe couldn't be gathered in the illusory world. Master, don't even think about getting this axe. Master's Tao soldier is a sword, right? Master, why don't you look at page 182? Elder Wu reminded with a smile. Ning Fan ignored Elder Wu and flipped through the pages one by one. 10 ancient life whips can be ranked as the 71st grade of the sacred sect, Moon Sealing Mirror can be ranked as the 84th grade of the sacred sect, Astral Silver Heavenly Charge can be ranked as the 69th grade of the sacred sect, Soul Dispersing Demon Flag can be ranked as the 71st grade of the sacred sect. As Ning Fan continued to read, he had a certain understanding of the grades of the ancient Map Dao soldiers. These ancient Map Dao soldiers had a total of 100 grades. The higher the grade, the stronger the power of the Dao soldiers of the same grade. Among them, the 100 grade was the weakest while the first grade was the strongest. Of course, even the weakest 100 grade ancient Map Dao soldiers were much stronger than ordinary Dao soldiers. However, Ning Fan could only find the Mountain Sea Axe which was the 66th grade Dao soldier after flipping through all the ancient books. There were no other Dao soldiers with higher grades. What Brother Wu showed him was a Taoist weapon called the Sea-Defying Sword. The grade of this Dao soldier was not high. It could barely be ranked as the 98th grade of the sacred sect. Its weakness was that its grade was too low. However, its advantage was also very obvious, it was easy to forge. Other than the eternal inextinguishable rain, it did not need any other immortal materials. At the end of the drawing, there was also a paragraph written by the person who drew it. The Sea-Defying Sword is the sword of the high-grade disciples of the Chaotic Kuan sacred sect. If a non-disciple of the Chaotic Kuan sacred sect holds this sword, he or she can enter the Tao Hall of the Chaotic Kuan sacred sect and listen to the Tao teachings. Because of this convenience, many cultivators fought bitterly for a drop of eternal inextinguishable rain just to forge this sword and enter the Chaotic Kuan sacred sect to listen to the Tao teachings. Chaotic Kuan sacred sect. Ning Fan pondered for a while. It was very easy to forge the Sea-Defying Sword. He just needed to merge the eternal inextinguishable rain with a secret technique on the foundation of his original Tao sword. Then, he could forge it step by step. Master has obtained the eternal inextinguishable rain. There are two ways to use it. One is to directly merge the eternal inextinguishable rain with the eternal inextinguishable rain. At the same time, it can greatly increase the power of the Tao soldier. At the same time, it can add a trace of samsara power to the Tao soldier's attack. That was exactly what Flooding Emperor had done. After all, Flooding Emperor didn't have a blueprint. The second method is to upgrade the previous Tao soldier into the Sea-Defying Sword according to this drawing. Only by forging it according to the drawing can the power of the eternal inextinguishable rain be better. The power of the Tao soldier forged is naturally incomparable to the first method. Speaking of this, Elder Wu felt that it was a pity. If the malefic star did not come to stop him, he could have forged a Sea-Defying Sword by himself. Sigh. A single drop of the eternal inextinguishable rain can make the Sea-Defying Sword reach the 98th grade. If it's 2 or 3 drops, it won't be at this grade. I wonder how many drops of the eternal inextinguishable rain are in the bottle. I can't think about it anymore, I can't think about it anymore. The more I think about it, the more my heart aches. The eternal rain already belongs to this evil star. If he, Wu Xiaoba, dared to even think about it, he would lose his life. Master, let's go collect the eternal rain first. I still don't know if there are any imperishable raindrops in the bottle. Theoretically speaking, the bottled sea will experience a sea transformation rain every 30 million years. However, there won't be any imperishable raindrops every time. It's also possible that there won't be any imperishable raindrops for 5 consecutive times. If that's the case, it will be terrible. It's not bad at all. It would be fun if he didn't have a single drop. Wu Laoba's heart was silently drawing circles. Anyway, these inextinguishable raindrops did not belong to him. If there was not a drop of inextinguishable raindrops in the bottle, or if there were only 1 or 2 drops, it was unknown what kind of mood the evil star would have and what kind of expression would he have. Don't worry, there is a lot of inextinguishable rain in the bottle. Ning Fan flipped his hand and took out the treasure-searching compass. Looking at the needle on the compass that was shaking violently, he smiled faintly. He had made up his mind. Old Wu looked at the treasure-searching compass, his eyes widened in an instant. This is Reverend Arid Triad's treasure-searching compass. It's said to be a supreme treasure that can search everything in the world. It's ranked second in the illusory world in terms of searching treasures. It's 5 ranks higher than my treasure-searching tortoise. Wasn't this item destroyed during the battle with Reverend Arid Triad? Why is it in Master's hands? Naturally, Ning Fan would not explain the origin of the treasure-searching compass to Old Wu. Judging from Old Wu's reaction, this treasure-searching compass seems to be an incredible treasure. Even though its grade is not high, there is nothing in the world that it can't search. Under Old Wu's covetous gaze, Ning Fan and Old Wu entered the bottle world of the water-drowning bottle together. What they saw was a silent sea. The seawater was so heavy that it was difficult for Ning Fan to dive into the sea even though he had the strength comparable to an ancient immortal venerable. The wind blew past them, bringing with it the salty and fishy smell of the sea. Ning Fan looked at the sea beneath his feet with a slightly solemn expression. The seawater here was taken from the defying earth sea that surrounded the Zido immortal domain. It was the seawater of the Zido immortal domain, the hometown of the cultivators in the illusory world. In the sky above the sea, there were 7 clusters of azure light that were hidden in the depths of the clouds. Of course, this little bit of concealment could not escape the eyes of experts like Ning Fan and Old Wu. Old Wu's face was filled with tears. There are actually 7 drops of eternal inextinguishable rain. Damn it! My curse failed. Fortunately, Old Wu was smart enough to change his expression quickly. Immediately, he changed his tone to that of a loyal servant and congratulated Ning Fan. Congratulations, Master, congratulations, Master. If Master refines the ocean-defying sword with 7 drops of eternal rain, it is highly possible for you to refine an ancient diagram Dao weapon that surpasses the 90 grade. Master is really blessed with great fortune. You are really wise and decisive. You are really. Ning Fan automatically ignored Old Wu's flattery. After a moment of silence, he suddenly asked with a profound tone. If I only take 6 drops and give you 1. Do you want it? Old Wu's heart skipped a beat. Could this be the fiend's test? Yes, it's a test. This was definitely a test of his loyalty. If I really ask for this drop of eternal rain, I will be old Zhu Ba. The fiend will certainly not let me off easily. No. How can little 8 take Master's treasure? Only Master is worthy to use a supreme treasure like the eternal inextinguishable rain. No one else is worthy. If anyone dares to snatch this rain from Master, little 8 will make him pay even if his blood is spilled all over the place. Not even little 8 himself. The heavens can be my witness. Little 8 lives for his master and dies for his master. Little 8 is the most loyal servant in the world. 8 generations of little 8's ancestors are all loyal and good descendants. Little 8. Since you don't want it, then let's do it. Ning Fan smiled faintly and flew up to the clouds to collect the 7 drops of eternal rain. Considering that Old Wu had fixed the bottle, he originally wanted to give the smallest drop of the 7 drops to Old Wu. After all, using both kindness and authority was the way to control people. However, since Old Wu rejected him so righteously, he certainly would not force him. Who would complain about having too many treasures? I'll keep it for myself. Old Wu watched Ning Fan collect the rain. His face was full of righteousness as if he was saying, give me the eternal rain or I'll fight you. However, inwardly, he was extremely proud of himself. Oh, Fiend. Your act of testing me is just too obvious. You really underestimated my intelligence. Do you think I will fall into your trap? Hee, your level is still too low, too low. After collecting the eternal rain, Ning Fan and Old Wu left the bottle world and returned to the Thousand Years sect. There were less than 2 years before the opening of the Supreme Pill's sacred region. Ning Fan decided to forge the ocean-defying sword and wait for the opening of the sacred region. Thus, as soon as he returned to the Thousand Years sect, he immediately entered the profound Yin world for seclusion. This made immortal concubine Zhang Yu very depressed. She could only find another time to talk to Ning Fan. The loyal Old Wu naturally stayed in the Qianqiu sect to guard the sect for Ning Fan. Of course, Old Wu's existence was very low-key. He did not spread it widely. Only a few people knew about his existence. Most of them did not know that there was an immortal venerated in the sect. After all, Old Wu was too evil. Talking about him would bring bad luck to him. Thus, he had no choice but to keep a low profile. Fortunately, Old Wu could already control the bad luck on his body. If he kept a low profile, he would not cause the entire Thousand Years sect to be in chaos. This was also the reason why Ning Fan was at ease to let Old Wu stay. In the profound Yin West world, Ning Fan entered a tower that had existed for 1,000 years. He spent 1,000 years before he walked out of it. With a flip of his hand, the Tao weapon immediately appeared in his hand. The entire heaven and earth was filled with the sea breeze that blew against his face. It was a Tao sword that glowed with faint blue light. The body of the sword seemed to be made of water. It could even flow. When he held the sword in his hand, he felt like he was not holding a sword but an ocean. This was the ocean-defying sword that was upgraded from the memory-severing Tao sword. Its grade could be ranked as the 89th grade in the Holy Sect. With my current cultivation base, this sword is already strong enough to be used as a 12th Nirvana magic treasure. Moreover, its destructive power is much stronger than ordinary 12th Nirvana magic treasures. If it is entangled with 5 types of sovereign Tao laws, I can even fight against a low-grade innate magic treasure. If my cultivation base reaches a higher level, this treasure can become even stronger. Besides, the most powerful thing about this treasure is that it can add a trace of samsara attack to it. It can withstand the power of a third-step divine ability. Due to the limitation of my cultivation base, I can't make this sword exert too much samsara power. However, if my cultivation base reaches a certain level, this sword can even injure a sage. It is an ancient map Tao weapon that can grow to the 3rd step. However, this sword was really heavy. A single drop of inextinguishable rain was as heavy as a cultivation planet. The ocean-defying sword that was forged with 7 drops of inextinguishable rain was as heavy as 7 stars. What kind of concept was this? If Ning Fan does not control this sword and make it seem light, the weight of this sword alone could crush a cultivation planet. If one's cultivation base was lower than the eternal ancient realm, they would not be able to wield such a heavy sword more than a few times. Since Ning Fan's ancient devil cultivation base had yet to enter the eternal ancient realm, he would not be able to wield this sword with just the strength of his physical body. He had to rely on his magic power to maintain it. With this sword, the 4 Emperor's Arhat Pines are no longer essential. As for the innate realm, I lack the yin-yang square seal. Now, I have the water-drowning realm bottle. Ning Fan kept the Tao sword. The Tao sword needed to grow and it needed to synchronize with his cultivation base. Even though the grade of this sword was high, it was not enough to be his trump card due to his insufficient cultivation base. Fortunately, he had obtained the water-drowning realm bottle. It was a mid-grade innate magic treasure which was much stronger than the yin-yang square seal. I have asked Old Wu about the usage of this bottle. However, he was just vague about it and refused to tell me. Even though he did not say it, I could sense that it is extremely dangerous to use this bottle. Ning Fan walked out of the cave in the Western world. He held the water-drowning realm bottle in his hand and tried to comprehend it for 3 months. 3 months later, he finally decided to try to activate the power of this bottle. As soon as he activated it, he felt a force of rebounding force coming from the bottle. The rebounding force was extremely strong. It was enough to kill a cultivator from the empty shedding realm. If a cultivator from the empty shedding realm tries to use this treasure, they would die from the rebounding force. That's not all, Ning Fan's eyes became even more solemn. As he continued to channel his magic power into the bottle, the first water droplet pattern on the bottle gradually lit up and emitted a watery light. When the first water droplet lit up more than 1/3 of its original color, the rebounding force from the bottle was already enough to kill a thought fragmentation realm cultivator. When the first water droplet lit up more than half of its original color, the rebounding force had already exceeded the endurance of a newly advanced immortal venerable. When the first water droplet lit up more than 2/3 of its original color, the rebounding force directly shattered half of Ning Fan's arm. This was already the limit that Ning Fan could achieve with his current strength. At the place where his arm was broken, black flames burned fiercely. The broken arm then grew out bit by bit. It was the Nirvana ability of the Phoenix clan. 2/3 of the water droplet, Ning Fan was deeply moved. No wonder old Wu and the others did not want this bottle at all. With his current cultivation base, it was impossible for him to use this bottle. In order to display the power of this bottle, he would need to light up at least one water droplet. Ning Fan had only lit up 2/3 of the water droplet and half of his arm was already broken. If he continues, Ning Fan smiled faintly. Of course, he could still continue. The reason why he lost half of his arm was because he had purposely turned off the defense of the God-exterminating shield. So what if he forcefully lights up the water droplet on the bottle by relying on the God-exterminating shield to protect himself? This time, Ning Fan activated the God-exterminating shield to protect himself. Golden lights surrounded his body and he forcefully lit up the first water droplet. Then, he lit up another half water droplet. Once again, he reached his limit. When he turned into a complete God-exterminating giant, Ning Fan reluctantly lit up the second water droplet. With his current cultivation base, he could not light up the third water droplet no matter what he did. If he forcefully lights up the third water droplet, he would certainly suffer severe injuries even if he had the God-exterminating shield to protect himself. Ordinary people would not be able to use this bottle at all. Even though Ning Fan could not display the full power of this bottle, he could still use it. Let's find someone to test the power of this bottle. Ning Fan deactivated his giant form and walked out of the profound Yin world. With a command of his spirit sense, the rain intent immediately shrouded the entire eastern sky. Master, you've come out from your seclusion. How could it be so fast? It has only been 3 months. Could it be that the sword forging process was not successful? This is really a great pity. Pity my ass. This is really great news. Old Wu cheered inwardly. His master's misfortune was equal to little Wu's success. Of course, he still had to show his utmost loyalty on the surface. Of course, he did not know that only 3 months had passed while Ning Fan had already lived for 1,000 years. He had already completed the task of forging the sword. You're more familiar with the 10,000 ancient monsters of the eastern sky. Do you know which ancient monsters are good at defense? I want to find someone to test the power of the water flooding bottle. Hiss, could it be that this malefic star could actually withstand the backlash of the water flooding bottle and light up the first water droplet totem? Old Wu was secretly shocked. Then, he felt that he was making a fuss over nothing. This malefic star could even kill a quasi-saint realm expert with a single slap. What's so strange about him being able to withstand the backlash of the water flooding bottle? Sigh. This malefic star is really powerful. If it's me, little Wu, drowning the bottle with water is no different from courting death. When little 8 was searching for materials, I got to know many old monsters of the eastern sky. Many of them are good at defense. If Master needs anything, Little 8 is willing to lead the way for Master. With Little 8 around, I don't think they would dare to refuse Master's help. Old Wu said solemnly. However, his tone was rather domineering, as if he would force the other party to do so if the other party was unwilling. Ning Fan shook his head. Things like testing techniques must be consented by both parties. He did not want to offend a large group of old monsters of the eastern sky for such a trivial matter. Since others are helping him to test his techniques, he should at least give them some gifts as thanks. Lead the way. Thus, Old Wu brought Ning Fan to the Water Curtain planet as soon as he stood there. At this moment, Water Curtain Immortal King had already transcended her minor heavenly tribulation. However, when she heard that Old Wu had come again, she was still extremely fearful. Among the fear, there was also a trace of anger. This damned tortoise. He wants the ethereal supreme water droplet and I gave it to him. He wants 3 trillion Tao crystals and I also gave it to him. Why is this bastard here again after just a few months? Does he want to extort something from me again? Does he really think that the Shui clan of the Eastern Sky is a pushover? This tortoise didn't come alone this time. The one beside him is, the Rain Bandit, Ning Fan. Water Curtain Immortal King's face immediately turned gloomy. One should never provoke a tortoise or the Rain Bandit. Why did the two of them come together? I wonder what they are here for. This old man is indeed a little fearful of Old Wu. However, it's just fear. If I really force him into a corner, I won't hesitate to kill him no matter what kind of tortoise he is. However, the Rain Bandit cannot be underestimated. Currently, there are rumors that after the Rain Bandit annihilated the Anti-Ning alliance, he has done another great deed. He broke into the ostentatious mountain of the eastern arrival planet alone and fought against 2 kings and 6 venerated beings without losing. What's even more unbelievable is that this Rain Bandit actually withstood one of Great Sovereign Chong He's divine abilities. If this bandit is really here to cause trouble, it won't be good. Thus, Water Curtain Immortal King brought the Shui clan's cultivators to welcome Ning Fan and Ning Fan with full vigilance. A dignified Immortal King actually deigned to welcome an immortal venerable. This was also the first time in the Eastern Sky. I wonder why Rain Lord and Brother Wu have come here today. Water Curtain Immortal King secretly observed Ning Fan and Ning Fan. When she saw Ning Fan's smiling face without any hostility, she could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Then, she noticed that Old Wu was half a step behind Ning Fan. He was carefully waiting beside Ning Fan. His manner of nodding and bowing like a servant made her instantly startled. No matter what, this tortoise is a strange genius. Why is he acting so lowly in front of the Rain Bandit? Fellow Daoist Shueil Yen, don't worry. I've come here today just to test the power of your magic treasure. I don't have any evil intentions. I'm just giving you a small token of my appreciation. Please don't reject it. Ning Fan flipped his hand and took out a jade box and passed it to Water Curtain Immortal King. Water Curtain Immortal King took a look at the box and frowned slightly. However, she still kept the token. The reward is not high but it's normal. It's just a test. It'll be over in a short while. How much can I give you? Forget it. As long as these 2 people are not here to cause trouble, it's fine. I'll just accompany the Rain Bandit and send these 2 great deities away as soon as possible. When we immortal venerables fight, the fluctuations will be too great. It can easily destroy the entire galaxy. Rain Sovereign, please come to my water world to test your skills. Water Curtain Immortal King pointed his finger and a door of light instantly appeared in the starry sky. He had not completely let down his guard against Ning Fan yet. If Ning Fan really comes with evil intentions, it would be easier for him to defeat Ning Fan in his water world. Alright. I don't want too many people to see the ability of this item. Thus, Ning Fan and Water Curtain Immortal King stepped into the door of light and entered the water world to test their skills. This made Old Wu feel regretful. He still wanted to see the water flood bottle's ability with his own eyes. Sigh. This malefic star is really stingy. It's not like I'll die if I show it to him. Time passed bit by bit. The cultivators of the Shui clan began to discuss in low voices. Quite a lot of time has passed. I wonder what the result of the test is. Old Ancestor has just gone through the minor heavenly tribulation and has yet to recover to his peak state. He won't be injured by the Rain Sovereign, will he? Don't worry. Old Ancestor is the best at defense. His Water God treasure armor is rarely broken by immortal venerables. Even if he isn't at his peak state, he is still an experienced immortal king among the three tribulations. He isn't someone that the Rain Sovereign can hurt. However, I heard that the Rain Sovereign went to the Zhaoyao Mountain alone and fought against 2 kings and 6 venerables without being defeated. Moreover, he even withstood the divine ability of an immortal emperor. There's something you don't know. The reason why the Rain Sovereign was able to remain undefeated was because of a defensive divine ability called the Golden Light. There's movement. It seems to have ended. The Old Ancestor should be coming out soon. However, the situation was a little different from what the cultivators of the Shui clan had expected. The door of light suddenly shook violently. Faintly, it gave people a feeling that it was about to collapse. No. It was not the door of light that was going to collapse but the entire water world. Bang! The door of light suddenly exploded. Then, 2 figures rushed out from it. They were none other than Ning Fan and Water Curtain Immortal King. Ning Fan wore a satisfied smile on his face. He seemed to be extremely satisfied with the power of the water flood bottle. He only used a portion of the power of water and he managed to scare Water Curtain Immortal King away. Its power is not bad. Water Curtain Immortal King, on the other hand, was in a rather sorry state. Even though he was not injured, his hair was disheveled. His eyes were filled with fear. Yes, it was fear. If it wasn't because Ning Fan showed mercy, he, the dignified Water Curtain Immortal King, would have been drowned to death by Ning Fan's divine ability. What kind of bottle is that? How can it be so terrifying? Moreover, his intuition told him that Ning Fan did not use his full strength. Thank you for showing mercy, fellow Taoist. After a long time, Water Curtain Immortal King finally regained his senses and cupped his fists at Ning Fan with a bitter smile. Now, he could finally confirm that Ning Fan did not come to the Water Curtain planet with evil intentions. What a joke. If he had any evil intentions, he could have just destroyed the entire Water Curtain planet with water. With such a powerful magic treasure in his hands, why would he need any tricks? He could just destroy the Shui clan directly. Sure enough, this rain thief is not someone I can afford to offend. It was just a test. There's no need to say that I showed mercy. Fellow Taoist, you're exaggerating. Farewell. Ning Fan politely cupped his fists at the Water Curtain Immortal King and left with Old Wu. The entire Shui clan was shaken. From the looks of it, could it be that their ancestor was almost unable to withstand a single divine ability of the Rain Lord? He still had to rely on the Rain Lord's mercy to survive. What a joke. A dignified 3-tribulation celestial king couldn't even withstand a single strike from an immortal venerable. It was just too ridiculous. There were also people who suspected that this scene was a show put up by their elder ancestor in coordination with the Rain Lord. They did not want to believe that their elder ancestor could not even take one blow from the Rain Lord. Unfortunately, no one witnessed the battle with their own eyes, so they were naturally unable to come to a conclusion. Time passed little by little. More and more people started talking about the Extreme Dan sacred region that was about to open. The Thousand-Year sect was also busy because of this. They needed to prepare a large number of medicine soul stones to enter the supreme elixir sanctuary. After all, without medicine soul stones, it was impossible to survive in the sanctuary. There were too many ancient immortal medicines in the extreme Dan sacred region. If the medicinal qi was too strong, the medicine would be 30% poisonous. If the medicinal qi was too strong, it would be poison. The cultivator entered. He needed to use the power of his medicine soul to resist the medicinal qi at all times. That was why he needed medicine soul stones. The stronger the medicine soul, the less medicine soul stones he needed. If the medicine soul was not strong, even an ancient immortal venerable would not be able to withstand that level of medicinal qi with his own strength. The entire Six Desires sect had already moved to another star and merged into the Thousand-Year sect. They had once found a mine of medicine soul stones. Now, they had already mined a large amount of medicine soul stones. Ning Fan had already made sufficient preparations in this aspect. As for the map, Ning Fan did not collect too many of them. The extreme Dan sacred region was divided into two major regions, the outer region and the inner region. Ordinary cultivators who enter the extreme Dan sacred region to train would only move about in the outer region. If they enter the inner region, they would almost certainly die. Of course, there were also people who survived from the inner region and obtained great opportunities. For example, the sect master of the Pills sect had once obtained the Great Wilderness Cauldron in the inner region. Ning Fan had already obtained the map of the outer region a long time ago. As for the map of the inner region, it was difficult for him to obtain it. It was said that the inner region had already collapsed into tens of thousands of broken continents. The terrain was unpredictable and extremely dangerous. It was rare for anyone to survive from the inner region. Therefore, there were not many maps in the world. Even if there were maps, they were extremely fragmented and could only depict one or two continents among the tens of thousands of broken continents. As for the map, Ning Fan could not prepare it. He could only use the rain technique to find the way after he enters the extreme Dan sacred region. That was not a big problem. However, according to the information he obtained, the extreme Dan sacred region would be closed forever after it opens. Therefore, many old monsters would rather suppress their cultivation base to enter the extreme Dan sacred region for the last time. The number of slots to enter was limited. As a result, many of the slots of the juniors were taken away by the old monsters from their own sects this time. These were also a lot of things that Ning Fan was concerned about. He also planned to suppress his cultivation base to enter the extreme Dan sacred region. It seemed feasible because many old monsters were busy with this matter. However, there was still a limit to this kind of suppression. Even if a 7 Tribulation Immortal Emperor suppresses his cultivation base, he won't be able to enter. This is the result of the recent tests. However, the 6th Tribulation Immortal Emperor is still unknown. Ning Fan casually flipped through some of the information collected by his subordinates. He had to admit that it was really comfortable to have a large group of subordinates, especially a capable subordinate like Old Wu. Just as Ning Fan said that he needed some Dao spring to water the Tree of Seven Wonders, Old Wu eagerly ran to various sects to ask for the Dao spring. He wanted to make contributions to improve Ning Fan's impression of him. As such, in the following days, Old Wu would return to the Thousand Years sect every 10 to 15 days and bring back a large amount of Dao spring for Ning Fan to water the Tree of Seven Wonders in order to improve his cultivation base. When the cultivation base of the ancient gods and ancient demons reached the peak of the early shedding void realm, they would be limited by the heart tribulation and could no longer improve further. As for the ancient devil, his cultivation base improved by leaps and bounds. As the Tree of Seven Wonders continued to grow taller and fruits were produced continuously, his cultivation base was slowly advancing towards the 9th nirvana of the heavenly devil realm. Gradually, Ning Fan discovered a troublesome aspect of the Tree of Seven Wonders. After watering the Tree of Seven Wonders with too many low-grade Dao springs, it began to become immune to the low-grade Dao springs. It began to have difficulty absorbing the power of the spring. As such, it had to use high-grade Tao springs in order to continue growing. This was one of the troublesome aspects. Another troublesome aspect was that immortal concubine Zhang Yu came to find Ning Fan on a night with a strange full moon. Zhang Yu gave Ning Fan an incomparably powerful feeling on this night. It was as if she was no longer a remnant soul but an immortal emperor who used to be majestic. "Why are you looking for me?" Ning Fan muttered to himself. The increase in immortal concubine Zhang Yu's aura force tonight might have something to do with that full moon. "I have something to discuss with you. It's related to the eldest princess." Immortal concubine Zhang Yu said with a serious expression. Since it was related to Mu Weiliang, she must be more serious and stop fooling around. Chapter 996. Tonight, immortal concubine Zhang Yu's aura was unprecedentedly powerful and serious. Today, she came to negotiate with Ning Fan. There were only two things she wanted to negotiate with him. Firstly, she wanted him to stay away from Mu Weiliang. Secondly, she wanted him to rebuild the ancient heavenly court. Ning Fan knitted his brows. He did not know that immortal concubine Zhang Yu would be so nosy as to interfere with his and Mu Weiliang's business. His relationship with Mu Weiliang did not seem to be something that Zhang Yu could interfere with. What surprised him even more was Zhang Yu's second request, rebuilding the ancient heavenly court. The ancient heavenly court had been destroyed for a long time, and all the cultivators had perished. What was the point of rebuilding it? What was the benefit to this woman? Why did she make such a request? If you can give me a reasonable reason for your second request, I can consider helping you. However, I will not agree to your first request. Liang has a special meaning to me. If it wasn't for her, I might not even have the chance to meet Fan Qi in my previous life. I would have died a long time ago. Ning Fan recalled the past that he had seen before. There was once a butterfly that flew to the ancient heavenly court without a care for anything else. It should have died, but a silly girl used the dew of a million-year-old spiritual medicine to prolong its life, allowing it to struggle at death's door. In terms of love, he and Mu Weiliang had interacted for 2 lifetimes, so it was impossible for him to abandon this woman. In terms of gratitude, it was even more impossible for him to abandon her. His feelings towards Mu Weiliang were extremely complicated, and they were even deeper because of this. Moreover, a portion of his feelings towards Ji He, Mu Xiaohuan, Mu Xiaoyang, and Si Wuxia were even mixed within it. Because these women were the reincarnations of a Liang's soul, the current Mu Weiliang had a new soul, but she had also lost her memories. One day, she would recover her memories. However, Ning Fan would gradually wonder if it would be better if Liang did not recover her memories. He didn't want her to recall the sorrow of the destruction of the ancient heavenly court. He didn't want her to recall the cruelty of the cultivation world. He only wanted her to be innocent and happy forever. Therefore, Ning Fan had never thought about rebuilding the ancient heavenly court. He did not have the intention to let Liang become the eldest princess of the ancient heavenly court. However, immortal concubine Zhang Yu wanted Liang to be the first princess again. You should understand one thing. I came to you tonight not to discuss, but to give you an order. Although I am a moonlight remnant god, I still have a trump card that I haven't used, and that is to use my life as the price to resist you. Once, you planted the tribulation will imperial forbidden spell on me. I cherished my life and did not plan to fight to the death. Once, you humiliated me in every possible way. I was afraid of death and did not dare to use this trump card. But now, this matter concerns the eldest princess. If you really do not agree to my request, I will risk my life to take the eldest princess away from your side. Even if you have the imperial forbidden spell, it will not stop me from escaping. Little thief, your reputation is too bad. I can't watch the first princess be ruined in your hands, even if I die. Immortal concubine Zhang Yu said righteously, and her aura became stronger and stronger. Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly solemn, as if he was re-evaluating immortal concubine Zhang Yu. In his impression, immortal concubine Zhang Yu was a person who was afraid of death. It was not shameful. Every human being would be afraid of death. However, there were also some people who would forget the fear of death for some beliefs. Zhang Yu seemed to be such a person. He did not know what kind of relationship she had with Yang that made her want to protect her even if she had to die. Unfortunately, Zhang Yu was really meddlesome this time. Is my character that bad in your impression? Is it not worth it for you to entrust Yang to me? Ning Fan asked with a faint smile. He was not afraid of Zhang Yu's aura force which was getting stronger and stronger. She even ordered me. This woman is really bold. She is indeed worthy of being an immortal emperor in the past. This made Zhang Yu secretly shocked. This little thief is really getting stronger and stronger. Even though she is not at her peak, even an ordinary sixth tribulation immortal emperor would not be able to withstand her current aura force. However, this little thief can actually withstand it. In terms of cultivation base and innate talent, this little thief is really a good match for the eldest princess. However, this person's character and conduct. These were the reasons why Zhang Yu decided to separate Ning Fan and Mu Weiliang. In her mind, Ning Fan's conduct was really bad. Otherwise, she would not have called him a little thief everywhere. Or perhaps, in the entire Eastern Heaven, Ning Fan's reputation was not bad. The successor of ancient chaos was the synonym of a cultivator who practiced dual cultivation. Everyone believed that Ning Fan must be a lustful person. However, compared to his reputation of being a playboy, Ning Fan's evil name of killing was much more resounding. Thus, everyone ignored Ning Fan's identity as a cultivator who practiced dual cultivation and directly regarded Ning Fan as one of the great devils in Eastern Heaven that they could not afford to offend. One should not provoke a tortoise with literature and a thief in the rain with martial arts. Ning Fan's reputation was already as bad as Wu Laoba's. Zhang Yu bit her lips. If you are willing to give the eldest princess a favor, I, Zhang Yu, am willing to be your human cauldron after I recover my physical body. Is it enough to exchange me for the eldest princess? You are my human cauldron. How can there be an exchange? Besides, even if you are not, I will not exchange you for Yang even if I have 100 of you. I will not exchange you for her no matter how high the price is. There is one thing that you might not know. Ning Fan touched his glabella. Black starlight immediately surrounded his body. All of a sudden, immortal concubine Zhang Yu widened her almond-shaped eyes. Even her father has acknowledged the relationship between Yang and me. Why do you have to stop me? It's actually the black star technique of the Heaven Sovereign. Impossible. This technique. Immortal concubine Zhang Yu was so shocked that she could not speak a word. The black star technique was a technique that was passed down from generation to generation in the Heaven Sovereign's lineage. Besides, this technique also had a secret that no one knew about. It could only be passed down by the previous generation's black star cultivator. In the era when the ancient heavenly court still existed, the Heaven Sovereign had never passed down the black star technique to anyone until he died in battle. In this world, there should not be any cultivators who have learned this technique, but Ning Fan did. Could it be that he had met the Heaven Sovereign after his death and even obtained his inheritance? Could it be that the Heaven Sovereign knows about the relationship between me and the eldest princess and has really acknowledged it? Zhang Yu stared at Ning Fan's eyes for a long time and smiled bitterly. That's right. Even though this little thief does not have a good character, he has always been a man of his word. He would never lie to her. How would such an overbearing person like him be willing to lie to him? This time, I really meddled in other people's business. The eldest princess's father had already acknowledged this son-in-law of hers. Why should I, an insignificant person, meddle in this matter blindly? Moreover, I nearly got myself into trouble. Regarding the first request, just pretend that I have never said it. As for the matter about exchanging me for the eldest princess. Immortal concubine Zhang Yu's qi became weaker and weaker. She felt a little guilty. Hee. What exchange? You are my human cauldron in the first place. Fine. Sooner or later, I will be plucked by this little thief. When immortal concubine Zhang Yu thought about how she would be plucked by Ning Fan after her physical body recovers in the future, she felt a little dejected and frustrated. However, when she thought of withdrawing her first request, she still had to fulfill her second request. Thus, she forced herself to be spirited and told Ning Fan the reason why she insisted on rebuilding the ancient heavenly court. It turned out that she owed Liang's mother a great favor. That was why she wanted to repay her kindness. The reason why she wanted to rebuild the ancient heavenly court was also because she wanted to gather the clan's luck of the ancient heavenly court and give it to Mu Weiliang. Even though the ancient heavenly court has been destroyed, all its cultivators and the clan's luck is gone. If we can rebuild it and obtain the recognition of heaven, we can gather the clan's luck again. I once heard from the Heaven Empress that the ancestor of the ancient heavenly court was once a disciple of an ancient sacred sect in the true world. Because of the support of that ancient sacred sect, the ancient heavenly court was established. The ancient sacred sect will also allocate a small amount of the clan's luck to the ancient heavenly court every 1,000 years according to the rules. If we can rebuild the ancient heavenly court and let the eldest princess ascend to the throne of the heavenly sovereign, she might be able to form a connection with that ancient sacred sect again and obtain a small amount of the clan's luck from them. Clan's luck, huh? So this is immortal concubine Zhang Yu's reason. Ning Fan did not know much about the clan's luck. Speaking of which, he still had 1,500 colored luck that he had yet to use. It was obtained from the Dao Carp clan. Is the clan's luck very important? Ning Fan asked. Zhang Yu rolled her eyes at Ning Fan. Has your master, the ancient Chaos Era, ever told you about the importance of the clan's luck? No. Ning Fan sighed. The ancient Chaos Era's body was so weak that he never talked to him for a long time. There were many things that he could not explain to him. Forget it. Since you don't know about it, it's the same for me to tell you. A person has luck, a clan has luck, a country has the luck of a country, and the heavens have the luck of heaven. If a person's luck is strong, they can obtain more opportunities and encounter more opportunities. The same goes for a clan. For example, your Qianqiu sect has the clan's luck. Similarly, the Slaughter Palace and the Godly Void Pavilion each have their own clan's luck. For example, the entire human race has its own clan's luck. The demon race also has its own clan's luck. If the clan's luck is strong, the chances of the clan giving birth to a strong expert will be greater. The stronger the clan's luck is, the more prosperous the clan will be. On the other hand, the clan will gradually decline. The greatest advantage of the clan's luck is that it can be used to strengthen oneself. For example, if the Qianqiu sect's luck is strong enough, you can ignore the bottleneck in your cultivation and directly break through it. If there's a heavenly tribulation that you can't resist, you can also use the clan's luck to block it. This is the advantage of having the clan's luck. If I have the clan's luck, will I be able to ignore the shedding void tribulation and advance all the way? Ning Fan was a little tempted. He had to admit that this shedding void tribulation was really troublesome. If I can avoid the tribulation by some tricks, I should be able to make my divine and demon cultivation base break through to the mid-shedding void tribulation. How much luck do I need to break through the shedding void tribulation? Ning Fan asked. Shedding void tribulation. If it's the shedding void tribulation, it will at least need the clan's luck of 1,000 colors in order to ignore it. The bottleneck of the thought fragmentation realm requires the clan's luck of at least 10,000 colors. The bottleneck of the immemorial realm requires the clan's luck of 100,000 colors or more. Don't even think about it. In this illusionary world, there isn't any clan that has the clan's luck of 1,000 colors. Even the declining 10 clans of the World Guardian don't have it. After all, the clan's luck in this world is limited. It has long been controlled by the large clans of the true world. That's why there are fights over it. Why would they let the small forces of the illusionary world get a share of it? Ning Fan's expression remained unchanged, but his heart was filled with astonishment. Others might not have the clan's luck, but he did. Everyone in the world knew that it was difficult to overcome the shedding void tribulation. It was normal for a person to be stuck for millions of years. There were even many people who were stuck for their entire lives. Now, if he has the luck of 1,000 colors, he could ignore the shedding void tribulation and directly advance to the next realm. Even though accumulating the magic power of the shedding void tribulation also required time, the path of a cultivator to break through the shedding void tribulation was almost unobstructed. As long as he had enough magic power, he could advance to the next realm without any bottlenecks. Ning Fan had 1,500 colors of the shedding void tribulation. If he uses it on the Qianqiu sect, wouldn't it mean that as long as the cultivators of the Qianqiu sect have sufficient cultivation base, they could ignore the bottleneck of the shedding void tribulation and continuously produce shedding void tribulation experts? Even he himself could benefit from it. However, there are also disadvantages to using the clan's luck to advance to the next realm. The principle behind the blessing of the clan's luck and the blessing of merit are the same. Both of them use tricks. Therefore, cultivators of the same level would be weaker than those who break through normally. What immortal concubine Zhang Yu said next calmed Ning Fan down a little. It seems like it's not suitable for me to use the clan's luck to break through the shedding void tribulation. However, I can give it to those cultivators of the Duzhen realm who don't have the qualifications to use it. Those who did not have enough innate potential were already very lucky to be able to enter the shedding void tribulation. Even if they were slightly weaker than those who were at the same level as them, they would still be much stronger than any Duzhen. Moreover, if they could ignore the shedding void tribulation, it would be even more difficult for them to pass through the bottleneck of the true immortal realm and life immortal realm. It was foreseeable that once Ning Fan gives the Qianqiu sect 1,500 colors of the shedding void tribulation, the disciples of the sect would break through their bottlenecks one after another and their cultivation bases would improve tremendously. This is feasible. Why don't I do it right now? Then, Liang and the others can also benefit from it. Speaking of which, it's fortunate that this Qianqiu sect doesn't have the clan's luck. If it does, those major forces of the four heavens will do everything they can to annihilate the Qianqiu sect and seize your clan's luck. Sigh. The clan's luck is really too important. In this illusory dream world where there is no clan's luck, it's even more precious. Immortal concubine Zhang Yu poured another bucket of cold water on Ning Fan, making him even calmer. It seems like before I have the strength to protect the clan's luck, I still can't use it. If I use it now, I'm afraid the forces of the four heavens will gang up on me. Ning Fan sighed softly. His current strength was sufficient to establish himself in the four heavens. However, it was still not enough to compete with the true old monsters for the clan's luck. As for the clan's luck, I can only wait until I become stronger in the future. I already know the reason why you want to rebuild the ancient heavenly court. However, this matter still needs to be discussed at length. According to Zhang Yu, after the ancient heavenly court is rebuilt, the ancient heavenly court can receive a small portion of the clan's luck from the sacred sect of the true world every 1,000 years. No one knew if these clans' luck would cause the old monsters of the four heavens to fight for it. Now that the ancient heavenly court is being rebuilt, Ning Fan knew that he did not have the strength of a heaven sovereign to protect it. This matter indeed needs to be discussed at length. Just the preparation alone already requires a lot of things. However, you don't have to worry. Just leave the preparation to me. I just want you to help me with one thing. Help me find a suitable physical body as soon as possible. Immortal concubine Zhang Yu's face was filled with worry. She needed her physical body to recover her cultivation base. Only then would she have the strength to protect the rebuilt ancient heavenly court. However, if she had a physical body, it would be plucked by little c. Ah! How frustrating! How contradictory! When you were at your peak, you were an eternal ninth tribulation immortal emperor. It's not easy to find a suitable physical body for a nine tribulation immortal emperor to possess. Ning Fan frowned. This was indeed a little troublesome. I know a place that has a suitable fleshly body. You'll be going there soon. When the time comes, take me with you. You mean, the Supreme Pill's sacred region? Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly serious. Yes. That's the place. That place used to be the place where a saint of the Dao Hun clan gathered herbs. Later on, it was taken away by the immortal sovereign and became a secret place to seal the 9 gates of infinite desolation. In the era when the ancient heavenly court still existed, I have been there many times. I still have an impression of the terrain there. If you bring me there, it will definitely be helpful. It was the first time immortal concubine Zhang Yu took the initiative to help Ning Fan with a task. Of course, it was to find a physical body for herself. After hearing that Zhang Yu knew the way, Ning Fan was instantly moved. However, he had some concerns at the same time. I heard that immortal emperors who are above the 7th tribulation realm can't enter the sacred region even if they suppress their cultivation base. When I died, all that's left of me is a trace of moonlight. How can I be considered as an immortal emperor? Of course, I can enter the sacred region. If those 7th tribulation immortal emperors are willing to die like me, they can also enter the sacred region. However, there might not be anyone who is willing to pay such a huge price to enter the sacred region. The outer region of the sacred region doesn't have many benefits. It can only serve as a place for the juniors to train. The inner region, on the other hand, has benefits but it's extremely dangerous. Even if I enter it when I'm at my peak, I still have to be careful. However, after entering the inner region, there's no need for you to suppress your cultivation base. If anything happens, you will be able to escape with your many techniques. What she meant was that she needed to enter the inner region to search for her physical body in the sacred region. Ning Fan pondered for a while. Ouyang Yuan's trial only needed to be carried out in the outer region. There was no need for her to enter the inner region. Of course, it's highly possible that Jiu Chu's sacrificial artifact is in the inner region. If it's in the outer region, it would have already been found by others. In other words, I still have to go to the inner region after all. Of course, there will be dangers. However, in order to let Jiuli mature, he could not care less about it now. Moreover, if he can really find a suitable physical body for Zhang Yu in the inner region, the benefits he would obtain would certainly not be small. After all, he had planted a child relic in Zhang Yu's body. If Zhang Yu recovers her cultivation base and improves her strength greatly, he would also be able to obtain a significant increase in his cultivation base because of that child relic. After all, Zhang Yu was his relic cauldron. By the way, how can you be sure that there is a suitable physical body for you in the inner region of the sacred region? Ning Fan asked casually. That saint who used to gather herbs in the Supreme Pill's sacred region has a passion for raising young boys and girls as medicine slaves to test medicines. Most of the medicine slaves will die early. Of course, there are also some who will only die when their cultivation base is higher. According to rumors, the young boys and girls who died from the medicine were frozen by that saint to be admired. Among them, there is no lack of peak immortal emperors. There seems to be even a quasi-saint's physical body. After all, the masters of those medicine slaves are dignified saints. Oh, it seems like they are going to seize the corpses of those people who died from the medicine. Then, there are 4 goals for this trip: to bring Ouyang Yuan for a trial, to help Jiuli become an adult, to help Zhang Yu find a physical body and to search for innate soul-nourishing spiritual medicine to treat Qi Yilan, the daughter of the Phoenix Emperor. After discussing with Ning Fan, Zhang Yu seemed to have untied the knot in his heart. He still looked after Mu Weiliang and Yilan who were running around everywhere every day. However, he no longer rejected Mu Weiliang from coming into contact with Ning Fan. As the day of the opening of the Supreme Pill sacred region drew closer, Ning Fan's tree of 7 wonders grew taller and taller. A small bottle of a 9th grade Dao spring could be sold for 10 million Dao crystals. A small bottle of an 8th grade Dao spring could be sold for 50 million Dao crystals. These Dao springs that were unimaginably expensive to ordinary cultivators were taken by Ning Fan casually and watered the tree of 7 wonders at will. Usually, the tree of 7 wonders could only grow about 1 chi taller when it was poured with nearly 10 billion Dao springs. Luckily, the number of Dao springs that Old Wu asked for was enough. Their total value nearly exceeded 50 trillion Dao crystals. Ning Fan had forcefully watered the tree of 7 wonders to 700 zhang from its height of 135 zhang. During this period, the tree of 7 wonders produced fruits of the 7 treasures for 6 consecutive times, which greatly improved Ning Fan's ancient devil cultivation base. He was now only a step away from breaking through to the 9th nirvana realm of the heavenly devil realm. It was equivalent to advancing from the peak shedding void realm to the early thought fragmentation realm. Within the eastern heaven, who could make their peak shedding void realm cultivation base so close to breaking through to the early thought fragmentation realm in just 2 years? No one could do it. When one's cultivation base has reached this level, one must advance steadily and steadily. However, Ning Fan had poured nearly 50 trillion Dao springs into the tree. This amount of wealth was enough to establish an immortal king realm force. What a waste, however, the benefits were also obvious. Ning Fan's cultivation base was improving very quickly. That was enough. After all, these Dao springs were all extorted by Old Wu. He did not need to spend a single copper coin on them. A 700 zhang tall tree of 7 wonders was enough to refine a 12th nirvana realm magic treasure. If it could grow to 10,000 zhang, it would be enough to refine innate magic treasures. Of course, Ning Fan would not be so wasteful. If this tree could grow to 10,000 zhang, it would be enough to protect him when he ascends to the immortal sage realm. It was a pity that it wasn't easy to grow to 10,000 feet. After 7,000 feet, the 9th grade Dao spring that was used to water the wondrous tree of 7 treasures was almost useless. Even the 8th grade and 7th grade Dao springs were not very effective. Only 6th grade Dao springs and above could make the tree grow quickly, which was troublesome. There weren't many Dao springs above 6th grade in the eastern sky. Even if the major factions still had some in stock, almost all of them had been plundered by Wu Lao Ba, and it wouldn't be good to ask for more. In the markets of the various cultivation planets, the price of the Dao spring had increased by 10 times. There was no other way. The production of the Dao spring was limited. Most of the stock had been plundered by Wu Lao Ba. With less supply, the price would naturally increase. Damn it, why is the Taoist spring so expensive now? I originally planned to buy a bottle of 8th grade Dao spring to nourish my magic treasure, but in the end, I only had enough to buy a bottle of 9th grade Dao spring even after I went bankrupt. This caused me to be unable to repair my magic treasure for a long time. Humph. This old man had originally planned to go to the Supreme Dan Divine City to snatch a spot, but now, I don't even have a magic treasure, how can I snatch it? You. With your cultivation base at the 8th layer of the void fragmentation realm, you still want to snatch a spot in the sacred region? You know, this time, the Supreme Dan sacred region only released a total of 200 spots. Moreover, because this is the last time the sacred region will be opened, more than 90% of the spots have been snatched by the second step old monsters. The remaining 10% has also been divided by the heavenly prides of the major factions. Although there are also some scattered spots released for us rogue cultivators to fight for, it's just 20 spots. How can it be enough for the rogue cultivators of the eastern sky to share? I heard that there are more than 400 single-life immortals among the rogue cultivators who came to fight for the spots this time. There are also many Du Zhen and Shi Kong. Hiss. With so many experts fighting for the spots, what does it have to do with this old man? It's fine if I don't go to the Supreme Dan Divine City this time. Go. Why not go? It is said that there will be cultivators of the secret race participating in the opening of the sacred region this time. That's the secret race. We void fragmentation realm rogue cultivators have never seen the cultivators of the secret race with our own eyes. Oh. The secret race will come? Then I really have to go and have a look. Snow began to fall in the starry sky of the Supreme Dan Divine City. More and more cultivators rushed towards the Supreme Dan Divine City while riding on the wind and snow. Of course, they were here to witness this rare grand event. The market of the Supreme Dan Divine City was already filled with cultivators from all directions. All the temporary abodes were already fully occupied. The shops in the market were also full of customers. In the wind and snow, a green-robed lady was strolling on the long street while carrying a furry little beast in her arms. Her beautiful eyes were sometimes angry and sometimes happy, sometimes resentful and sometimes confused. It was as if she was missing something. Behind her, there were a few life immortal realm and true immortal realm cultivators protecting her. Occasionally, some of the cultivators who passed by recognized this lady and were secretly surprised. Some of them even whispered. Isn't this lady the first disciple of the medicine sect, Ouyang Nuan? Now that the pill sect has been destroyed, the number one pill concoction sect in Eastern Heaven will definitely belong to the medicine sect. The status of the first disciple of the medicine sect is even more important than before. I heard that this lady's medicine soul has actually broken through to the 9th revolution lead grade after she came out from her seclusion. She can already concoct the 9 revolution lead pill. This lady is truly a genius. Advancing to the silver core realm is just a matter of time. It's highly possible for her to advance to the gold core realm in this lifetime. After all, this woman possesses the legendary 5-colored medicine soul. I've heard that there are already many old monsters of the eastern sky who have declared that they want to protect this girl. Among them, there is no lack of immortal venerables of the ancient times. It seems that they have taken a fancy to this girl's superb aptitude in alchemy. After all, this girl will at least be a 9 revolution silver pill master in the future. It can be said that her future is boundless, and it is good to befriend her earlier. I heard that this woman has an ambiguous relationship with the Rain Immortal Monarch. Nonsense. Ouyang Nuan is the goddess in my heart, how could she be with the Rain Thief? Don't mention this matter again, otherwise, we won't be able to be friends anymore. Ouyang Nuan knitted her brows. She didn't like to hear people belittling Ning Fan, but she had no way to stop them from talking about him. Currently, Ning Fan's infamy had spread far and wide across the entire Eastern Heaven. Infamy, of course, was not a good one. Whenever she thought of the saying, "Don't provoke a tortoise with literature and don't provoke a thief with martial arts," she would get angry. Since when was her man on the same level as a tortoise? Was he insulting her? The Rain Monarch sounded so nice, so why was he called the Rain Thief? Harry Ball, oh, Harry Ball. You will be able to see your father soon. Do you miss him? Ouyang Nuan stroked the little beast in her bosom. It immediately let out a comfortable moan. This little beast was the spirit selection that Ouyang Nuan had obtained from cutting the divine chests in the past. It was enough for Ouyang Nuan to raise it to the ghost profound realm. The speed of its cultivation base growth was really terrifying. It's been a long time. I wonder how he is. Ouyang Nuan looked at the wind and snow and murmured. Suddenly, a clear voice called out to her from behind. Miss Nuan, I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence. Are you strolling around the marketplace? Do you need me to accompany you? The person who called out to Ouyang Nuan was a cultivator in white robes who was as gentle as jade. His surname was Lin and his name was Xiantong. He was one of the disciples of Great Emperor Mo He of the Eastern Heaven. His bone age was less than 1 million years old, but his cultivation base was already at the late shedding void realm. Ouyang Nuan knitted her brows. Even though she did not like talking to this person, she still kept a distance from him because of his identity. Oh, it's young Master Lin. Thank you for your kindness. However, I don't need anyone to accompany me. It was a very obvious rejection. Lin Xiantong frowned and then said gently. If that's the case, I won't disturb you anymore. Please help yourself, Mississippi. Ouyang Nuan took her leave. After a long time, Lin Xiantong looked at the direction where Ouyang Nuan left with a gloomy expression. Why are you pretending to be chaste? Do you think I can't see that you have already lost your primordial yin? Humph. If it wasn't because my master told me to get close to you. Lin Xiantong let out a cold harumph and turned around to meet up with the other senior and junior brothers. Obviously, Ouyang Nuan did not take Lin Xiantong seriously. Ever since her pill refinement mastery improved tremendously, the number of male cultivators who wanted to get close to her had increased. Every time she met these people, she would feel extremely annoyed. Unknowingly, she walked to the gambling house of the Supreme Dan Divine City. Inside the gambling house, there were many old monsters who were gambling on the divine chests. Their shouts reminded Ouyang Nuan of the past. That year, when she first met Ning Fan, they were also cutting the divine chests. Even this little hairy ball was cut out from the divine chests. There's still more than a month before the opening of the holy region. He should be here soon. While she was still in a daze, Ouyang Nuan suddenly realized that the entire Supreme Dan Divine City had become quiet. The pedestrians on the street stopped walking. All of them raised their necks and looked at the starry sky with a shocked expression. The people in the gambling house stopped shouting. All they could hear was the sound of people sucking in cold air. Taverns, teahouses. Cultivators who were sipping tea and drinking wine rushed out. Their expressions were filled with fear and dread as they looked at the figures that were continuously descending from the divine city. Even Lin Xiantong's expression changed greatly. He looked at the sky in a humble manner. Only Ouyang Nuan's eyes suddenly had color and light. That figure continued to descend towards the gambling house until he landed beside Ouyang Nuan. Thus, the entire long street became empty with Ouyang Nuan as the center. No one dared to get close to her. At this moment, countless rays of light burst out from the depths of the divine city and rushed towards her in a frenzy. They had to come. Even if an immortal king came, it would not make the Supreme Dan Divine City act as if it was facing a great enemy. However, this person was different. Wherever he went, there would be trouble. Rain Lord, you are here for the opening of the Saint Region. My Supreme Dan Divine City has already prepared a high-grade cave residence to receive the ancient cultivators. If Rain Lord is tired, you might as well take a rest in the cave residence and wait for the opening of the Saint Region. An immortal king who was riding a rhinoceros hurried over with a large group of experts of the Divine City. Each of them wore a solemn expression. They were not inviting him to their cave residence to rest. They wanted to put him under house arrest before the opening of the Saint Region. They wanted to prevent him from running around and causing trouble so that it would be easier for them to monitor him. It's the Battle Rhinoceros Immortal King. Rain Lord, what a grand show of extravagance. As soon as you arrive in the Divine City, you are already greeted by a fourth tribulation Immortal King like the Battle Rhinoceros Immortal King. Countless people were secretly shocked. He had already received the news that he was not the first person to be invited into a special cave residence as soon as he entered the Divine City. Before him, there were also a few ancient devil cultivators who were invited away as soon as they arrived at the Supreme Dan Divine City. However, the actions of the Supreme Dan Divine City were equally domineering. They had to lock up those devil cultivators who liked to cause trouble and provide them with good food and drinks. They would only be released when the Saint Region opens. Husband. Ouyang Nuan looked at Ning Fan with a hint of longing and speechlessness. Why is it that wherever my husband goes, there will be chaos? Is there a need to do that? My husband is obviously very gentle and harmless. Nuan wait for me. After I finish talking to Immortal King Battle Rhino, I will accompany you to visit this gambling house and compete with you in the divine treasures. Ning Fan stroked Ouyang Muan's black hair and leaped into the sky with a smile. In the wind and snow, he cupped his fists towards Immortal King Battle Rhino. Immortal King Battle Rhino did not dare to be careless. He immediately returned the greeting, but his expression was still cold. Rain Lord, please follow me to the cave residence of the distinguished guests and have a rest. What if I don't go? Ning Fan asked with a smile. All of a sudden, all the cultivators behind Immortal King Battle Rhino drew out their flying swords and pointed them at Ning Fan with a vigilant look. Immortal King Battle Rhino, on the other hand, was very calm. He knew that Ning Fan would not cause any trouble since his old ancestor was in the Divine City. He waved his hand and ordered the cultivators behind him to put away their flying swords. Rain Lord, it's fine if you don't want to rest in the cave residence. My old ancestor has said that you are special. If you don't want to stay in the cave residence, you have to do one thing. After you do this, you will have absolute freedom in the Divine City. Oh. What do I have to do in order to get my freedom? Ning Fan pondered over the words of Immortal King Battle Rhino. It's very simple. If you can hold on for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn without being defeated, you can do whatever you want. If you can't do it, then follow me into the cave residence and have a rest. Immortal King Battle Rhino waved his hand. The cultivators behind him immediately retreated, making space for Ning Fan and Do Shi. Ning Fan knew that if he does not fight, he would be put under house arrest. Thus, he did not say much. With a flip of his hand, a dark blue Dao sword that flowed like flowing water appeared in his hand. All right. My abilities have improved quite a lot recently. I was just thinking of learning from fellow Daoist. Please enlighten me. Dao weapon, huh? Fighting against the 4 tribulations with just a first tribulation realm cultivation base. Is he looking down on me? This young man is indeed arrogant. Just like what my old ancestor has said. Immortal King Battle Rhino let out a cold snort. He flipped his hand and took out a pair of purple golden hammers. Then, he leaped onto his rhinoceros and charged straight at Ning Fan. That purple golden hammer was also a Dao weapon. However, Ning Fan's cultivation base was still low. Thus, he was only using a Dao weapon. If he uses a magic treasure that was stronger than a Dao weapon, wouldn't he be laughed at by all the cultivators in the world? The rhinoceros leaped forward and instantly pounced on Ning Fan. The Battle Rhino twin hammers were struck at the same time. The purple golden hammers were covered with electric arcs that made sizzling noises. After they struck, the entire starry sky was illuminated by the lightning. The cultivators in the Divine City widened their eyes. It was the first time for many of them to find out that Immortal King Battle Rhino's Dao weapon was actually a pair of purple golden hammers. Even though it's just an attack from a Dao weapon, it's still an attack from a 4th Tribulation Immortal King. Ordinary 2nd Tribulation Immortal Venerables might not be able to withstand this attack if they don't use their magic treasures. It's going to be difficult for Rain Lord to withstand this attack with just a Dao weapon. He will probably have to use that mysterious golden light protective ability. Many people had the same thought. Even the Battle Rhino Immortal King also had the same thought. However, Ning Fan did not activate the God Exterminating Shield. He only made a blocking gesture with the ocean-defying sword in front of the twin hammers. Dong! Ning Fan was struck by the twin hammers and was forced to take 7 steps back continuously. Only then did he manage to stabilize his body. Similarly, the Battle Rhino Immortal King was forced to take 7 steps back. His eyes that were always cold and indifferent showed a hint of surprise. Was it really a Dao weapon sword that he struck just now? He actually felt a terrifying weight from that Dao weapon despite the hasty strike. It was Ning Fan who was stepping on golden light. Without giving the Battle Rhino any time to hesitate, he directly approached him and slashed down with his sword. When the Battle Rhino saw that the force of the sword was extremely heavy, he naturally did not dare to underestimate it. He raised his twin hammers to block the attack. However, both of his arms were numbed by the force of the sword. The excruciating pain was unbearable. The rhinoceros that he was riding on let out a miserable shriek. Because it could not withstand the force of Ning Fan's sword, it directly coughed out blood and died. The battle rhino was shocked. He lifted his twin hammers and hurriedly retreated from the dead rhinoceros. However, Ning Fan approached him again. This time, the light of 3 sovereign Tao laws were directly wrapped around the sword: rain, dark and war. Ning Fan did not use the wood and phoenix laws. Thus, this sword attack was still not his strongest form. However, the sharpness of this sword was already enough to make the battle rhino's scalp go numb. He still wanted to use his twin hammers to block the attack. However, this time, both of his hammers were broken by Ning Fan's sword. In this battle of Tao weapons, the battle rhino's Tao weapon was actually defeated by Ning Fan's Tao weapon. Moreover, the outcome of the battle was decided in just 2 rounds. Why is this young man's Tao weapon so powerful? I'm afraid there are only a few 12 Nirvana magic treasures that can reach this level of power. The battle rhino was extremely shocked. He was not confident that he could withstand Ning Fan's attack with just his Tao weapon. If he takes out his magic treasure to continue the battle, he would lose a lot of face in front of all the cultivators in the city. As he thought of this, the battle rhino's eyes turned slightly gloomy. He felt that he had fallen into Ning Fan's trap from the moment he took out his purple golden hammers. Did this young man intentionally use his Tao weapon to fight me just to create this situation? Forget it. Since Lord Rain can destroy my Tao weapon with a single strike, I believe it won't be difficult for you to last for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn in my hands. Since that's the case, I'm willing to give Lord Rain full freedom. However, I also hope that Lord Rain won't create trouble in the Supreme Dan Divine City. If Lord Rain goes against this rule, I, the battle rhino, will definitely be the first to capture you. Even if you can fight against the 2 kings and 6 venerated beings of the flamboyant mountain, you might not be able to withstand my insect technique. The battle rhino flicked his sleeves and kept the mount that had been killed. Then, he left with a large group of people. However, every cultivator who witnessed the battle with their own eyes was greatly shocked. What they saw was the battle between Ning Fan and the battle rhino immortal king's Tao weapon. In the end, Ning Fan, who was much weaker than the battle rhino immortal king, had the upper hand. In just 2 rounds, he had forced the battle rhino immortal king to retreat. It was another great topic to talk about. When Ning Fan landed on the ground, Ouyang Muan's small mouth was already wide open. She was so shocked that she could not close it. She had heard about Ning Fan's countless achievements, but she had never seen it with her own eyes. Thus, she was not shocked. This time, however, she saw it with her own eyes. That was the battle rhino immortal king. Among the 4 tribulations of the ancient times, he was considered as one of the strongest. However, he was actually forced to retreat by her husband so easily. It's rare for me to come to this gambling house. Do you want to check the divine chests? As soon as Ning Fan opened the treasure-searching compass in his sleeve, almost all the divine chests in the gambling house were exposed in front of him. He would know who was hiding the good stuff and who was hiding the ferocious items after a quick search. Unfortunately, there were some good items here occasionally, but none of them were enough to impress him. After all, this place was right under the nose of an immortal emperor. Would he even have a chance to obtain good stuff? However, if he wants to play with Ouyang Muan, the items here would be enough. Alright. Let's see who can cut the better stuff. If I lose, I'll be punished. Let's just compete in cutting the medicinal herbs. Ouyang Muan was full of confidence. Her medicine soul had improved tremendously and her senses towards the divine chests of spiritual herbs had become sharper. She did not believe that she would lose to Ning Fan. Ning Fan hid the treasure-searching compass in his sleeve. He would never admit that he had cheated. Thus, after a round of checking the divine chests, Ning Fan and Ouyang Nuan returned with great rewards. Of course, Ning Fan was slightly better than her. Let's go. Let's go to the immortal cave that the Battle Rhino Immortal King prepared for me. We'll have a good talk about the punishment. Ning Fan gave Ouyang Nuan's delicate body a meaningful glance. Ouyang Nuan's face instantly flushed. I knew that was the punishment in his mind. Chapter 997. Ning Fan had not seen Ouyang Nuan for many years. Now that they had met again, he certainly would not let go of the lamb that was already in his mouth. The two of them strolled around the Supreme Dan Divine City for a long time. Eventually, they returned to the immortal cave that the Divine City had arranged for them. After enjoying themselves for a while, Ning Fan also planted a seed relic for Ouyang Nuan. Ouyang Nuan, who was half a step into the second step, broke through the bottleneck of the human Xian realm with the help of the seed Sarira, and broke through to the late stage of the human Xian realm. That was not the main point. The main point was that after planting the relic, Ning Fan temporarily suppressed the heavenly tribulation for Ouyang Nuan and continued to have sex with her. The maids of the Divine City, who were serving outside the cave abode, blushed when they heard the faint sounds coming from inside the cave abode. The sky was about to brighten, and this Rain Lord was actually still doing it. Cultivators were so indulgent. As expected of the successor of ancient chaos, old ancestor Do, she asked us to pay attention to all of Rain's sovereign's actions while we are serving her. If there are any unusual movements, we must report it at once. I don't think there's a need to report this matter. A void fragmentation realm maidservant whispered to the others using telepathy. There's no need for that. Old ancestor Do, she had instructed that the Rain Monarch is a lecherous person. This kind of thing is extremely normal. Naturally, there's no need to report it. It's just that I didn't expect that the head disciple of the medicine sect, whose reputation has risen in the eastern sky, would actually be the Rain Monarch's bed warmer. TSK TSK TSK. Another servant girl sighed and added. As long as the Rain Lord did not trespass into the Ancestral Master's forbidden grounds and did not commit any killings in the Divine City, there is no need to report anything else. Speaking of the Ancestral Master's golden earth. Recently, there has been a strange fragrance coming from the Ancestral Master's forbidden ground. I heard from the senior brothers that the heaven and earth peach tree of the Ancestral Master is blooming. Our ancestors' famous Dharma treasure was the demon sealing board, but it was taken away by old demon Sun Luo during the chaos back then. Fortunately, Ancestral Master still has this treasure. Although it is not a mid-grade innate treasure, it is still one of the best among the low-grade innate treasures. While the maids were whispering to each other, they didn't notice that a furry little thing suddenly flashed and flew out of the cave. It was the fur ball that Ning Fan gave to Ouyang Nuan. Hairy Ball was practically covering his face as he slipped out of the cave. It was scary, 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 and shy. She was already a young lady, and she already had some understanding of the matters between men and women. Her father and mother were having sex, but they didn't avoid her at all. Did they really think that she was a little demonic beast who didn't know anything? Forget it, let father and mother mate, I want to sneak out to play. Furball's bloodline was that of an extinct ancient true spirit, Ling Xian. Ling Xian liked the color white and liked to move rather than stay still. Its innate divine ability was concealment. The current Furball was already at the early stage of the Ghost Profound realm, so it was extremely easy for him to intentionally avoid the eyes and ears of the maids. After sneaking out of the cave, where should he go to play? In the snowy night sky, Furball stretched lazily and sniffed around the entire city. He instantly smelled an extremely secretive fragrance, and he could not help but fly in that direction. The Supreme Dan Divine City was very big, but with Furball's speed, he flew across the entire Divine City in just a few breaths. There were many cultivators patrolling the Divine City in the night sky. Many of them were true immortals of the Dujin realm. Fortunately, Furball's innate talent in concealment was amazing. He managed to avoid being detected by these true immortals. Just like that, he went all the way to the center of the divine city, outside a dilapidated and desolate ancient palace. The passage of the palace was unusually quiet. There was not a single cultivator guarding this place, which made Furball quite surprised. There was also an ancient aura force coming from the depths of the palace, causing the snowstorm in the starry sky to be unable to drift into the airspace of the palace, leaving only a thick layer of snow outside the palace. In the palace, there was a peerless expert guarding it. This was Furball's keen intuition as a true spirit realm demonic beast. His intuition told him that he must not step into this place. Even in the depths of the palace, there was always an alluring fragrance coming from it. This smell should be the heaven and earth peach branch. In Furball's bloodline memory, this item was considered a rare treasure. The peach branch itself could be refined into a wood-type magical treasure. Once the peach blossom blossomed, it could seal the heavens and lock the earth. Once the peach fruit was formed, it could greatly improve the power of the medicine soul. It was a rare treasure for alchemists who specialized in the medicine soul, or for alchemists who tempered their pill bodies. What a pity! Smelling this fragrance, not only did the peach blossom, but there were also many peach fruits. If only he could get 2 for his parents to taste. Sigh, no way. There was such a powerful old monster guarding this place. This was not a treasure that he could covet. If it was not for the fact that Furball had yet to transform and his throat bone had yet to transform, he would definitely sigh at this moment. Sigh. What a pity. A treasure like the heaven and earth peach branch is actually in the hands of a primal Dan Great Emperor. This is not someone that I can threaten. Otherwise, if I were to offer it to Master, it would definitely be a great merit. Peach branch, peach blossom, peach fruit. Sigh, what a pity. Furball quivered. What's going on? How could there be a voice on the snowy ground where there was no one else? Could it be that there was someone else hiding here besides him? With this thought in mind, Furball did not want to cause any more trouble. He wanted to leave this ancient palace and soar into the sky. However, he was suddenly blocked by a gentle light wall that appeared suddenly. He fell from the sky and was forced to reveal himself. Not good. There was actually a large formation here. One could enter but not leave. Furball was so frightened that his hair stood on end. He knew that this movement would definitely attract the attention of the old monster in the palace. If someone found out that he had trespassed, he could not care about hiding anymore. He desperately tried to escape from this place. However, he was blocked by the light wall again and again. He could not escape. You are just a little demon of the spirit mystic realm. How dare you trespass into the ancestral master's forbidden area? The 4 half-kneeling stone statues beside the palace gate suddenly spoke. Following that, there was a cracking sound. Gradually, their petrified skin peeled off. Their original bodies were actually 4 cultivators whose hands and feet were tied up. Their eyes were empty and their aura of death was overwhelming. It was unknown how long their physical bodies had been dead. Their skin was already dark green and hard. And the aura that these 4 dead cultivators faintly exuded had reached the thought fragmentation realm. One of the dead cultivators pulled back his hand. Immediately, there was an unimaginable sealing force that restrained Furball's entire body. He could not move at all. It's over. It's in big trouble. The palace that it had trespassed was actually the forbidden area of the Supreme Dan Divine City. And it had been caught on the spot. Father is not here. Nuanyuan's mother is also not here. What to do, what to do? This little guy, is it Ling Xie? I heard that Master's old lover, the first disciple of the medicine faction, has a Ling Xie demon pet. Could it be this one? If it is really so. On the empty snowy ground, an extremely wretched cultivator suddenly appeared. His figure flashed and blocked in front of Furball. This person only casually flicked his sleeves. There was an unimaginable ancient aura that swept towards the four dead cultivators like a wild wind blowing leaves. Even though the four dead cultivators were all thought fragmentation realm cultivators, they were also swept away by the person's sleeves. The four dead cultivators were extremely fearful. Their eyes were fixed on the person and they did not dare to move recklessly. Without a doubt, the person who came was an ancient immortal venerable Ling Xie, Dark Luck Cultivator. It's quite a lively night tonight. These people are Ning Fan's subordinates, aren't they? In the depths of the palace, an immortal emperor with long ears who was sitting cross-legged suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with coldness. If it was someone else who dared to behave atrociously in front of the primal core great sovereign realm, he would be punished even if he was the disciple of an immortal emperor. However, this man and beast were different. They were related to Ning Fan. In that case, it was not appropriate for him to act against them. Otherwise, he would have a falling out with Ning Fan even before entering the Supreme Dan's sacred region. Forget it, the primal core great sovereign realm closed his eyes and did not care about the man and beast who were fleeing in a hurry. With Wu Lao Ba's help, the palace's formation naturally couldn't trap this man and beast. That's right. The cultivator who was also hiding outside the palace was old Wu Ba. As the Supreme Dan's sacred region was about to open, old Wu Ba and the others followed Ning Fan to the Supreme Dan Divine City. He was not in a hurry to meet Ning Fan. As a loyal servant, of course, he knew when to be sensible and leave to give his master a chance to be alone with the beauty. Thus, old Wu Ba who had nothing to do began to wander around the Supreme Dan Divine City alone. Holding the treasure-searching turtle in his hand, he naturally sensed the strange fragrance coming from the heaven and earth peach tree. He hid at the side and coveted it. However, he did not dare to act recklessly because he was afraid of the primal core great sovereign's reputation. Sigh. That's a primal core great sovereign we're talking about. It's not some random cat or dog that can be frightened by his dark luck. Old Wu Ba was filled with regret. If he was not so stubborn, he would certainly make a move for the heaven and earth peach tree. This item was considered as one of the top treasures in the notes left behind by his master. If I can offer it to my master, it will definitely be a great merit. What a pity, forget it. Saving the demon pet of my mistress is also considered a small merit. Old Wu Ba's beady eyes were rolling around, giving Harry Ball an extremely funny feeling. Oh my! Who is this person? He actually saved me when I was in danger. What a good person. Howl. Harry Ball wanted to express its gratitude to old Wu Ba, but it suddenly saw the evil intent in his eyes. Speaking of which, the flesh of a demon beast like Ling Xie is very nutritious. Should I kill it and eat its flesh without telling my master? Harry Ball shuddered and instinctively felt a chill. It looked at old Wu Ba in confusion. It did not know that old Wu Ba's brain had gone haywire again. No, no. I, old Wu Ba, am the most loyal servant in the world. I will never eat the demon pet of my mistress. The most important thing was that Ning Fan might find out about it. Then, the consequences. Oh my. Little Wu Ba did not dare to imagine Ning Fan's expression when he gets angry. He could not bear the consequences. Fine. It's better for me to be an obedient and loyal servant. Safety comes first. Old Wu Ba's beady eyes became gentle again. Harry Ball, however, instinctively moved away from old Wu Ba. It had a feeling that this person was up to no good. It let out another howl to express its gratitude and hurriedly ran away. I feel that it's very dangerous to stay here any longer. This old man seems to have gone haywire. I don't know what he will do. It's better for me to go back and listen to my parents' shameful voices. Damn you. This poor Taoist has saved you. If you run away just like that, how am I going to take credit from you? Old Wu Ba spat angrily. His spiritual selection concealment innate skill was too powerful. Even his treasure-seeking tortoise would not be able to sense him easily when he is trying to hide. Forget it. It's just a small merit. I don't need it. It's better for me to make a great contribution in the holy region and win back Master's good impression. This time, Master needs a total of 4 quotas to enter the extreme Dan holy region. The medicine sect has 2 quotas. Master asked me to get 2 more quotas with my own ability. It's just a small matter. It's just a small matter. It's just 2 quotas. To me, little Wu Ba, it's just a piece of cake. In the following days, old Wu Ba easily got the other 2 quotas. According to him, he had suffered a lot from the 2 great forces of the eastern sky. Of course, Ning Fan would not believe these nonsense. He knew that 2 more forces had been cheated by old Wu Ba, but he did not care about it. According to the information, once one enters the extreme Dan holy region, all spatial magic treasures would be unusable. For example, ordinary storage pouches, small kiliacosm treasures and heavenly dwelling magic treasures would not be able to be opened. If cultivators want to enter the extreme Dan holy region, they must carry the special storage pouches of the extreme Dan divine city. Old Wu Ba would naturally prepare these things. Ning Fan did not need to worry about them. He spent a peaceful month with Ouyang Muan. They either strolled around the market, accepted the visit of the old monster of the eastern sky or had sex. It was rare for them to have some leisure time. Until the day when the extreme Dan holy region officially opens. On this day, an illusory gigantic beast corpse that looked like a mirage appeared in the starry sky above the divine city. It was not a real body but a materialized form of an illusory passage. It was the corpse of a realm beast. Its body was so huge that it could cover half of the starry sky. The beast corpse's eyes were hollow. It opened its huge mouth little by little. Inside its mouth and abdomen, there was a dark light path. It was as if one could reach another world by following this light path. This light path was the way to the extreme Dan holy region. As soon as the beast corpse appeared, the entire Supreme Dan divine city was filled with excitement. It meant that the extreme Dan holy region had officially opened. Legend has it that the extreme Dan holy region is a place where an ancient saint gathered herbs. In order to prevent others from entering, he killed a ferocious demon-grade realm beast and used the unique bloodline power of the realm beast to seal the entrance of the holy region. It only appears once every 10,000 years. Realm beast, huh? That's a powerful race in the northern heaven boundary river. This realm beast's corpse is indeed too ancient. Its bloodline has already dried up. This is also the reason why the extreme Dan holy region is going to be sealed forever. Otherwise, if we can find another ferocious demon-grade realm beast's corpse. Rumor has it that after entering the belly of the realm beast, there are 3,600 landing points for us to choose from. Choosing different landing points will result in different places after entering the holy region. Finally, this day has come. I can't wait to enter the outer region to gain experience. My master had once entered this place and left me a few secret places for ancient cultivators. Among them, there are still many stone chambers that have not been opened yet. Countless people fixed their eyes on the passage of the gigantic beast corpse in the starry sky. Ning Fan also looked at the corpse and reminisced about the past. It was not his first time seeing a realm beast. In the past, when he was heading to the Celestial Emperor Star Palace from the 9 divisions of the Luoyun tribe, he had a conflict with a realm beast. Realm beast, Northern Jade. In the past, he was completely unfamiliar with realm beasts and he did not know much about them. Today, however, he already knew that the so-called realm beast clan was actually one of the many ferocious races in the northern heaven boundary river. The boundary river was the passage that connected the 4 heavens. Each of the 4 heavens had its own boundary river and there were many ferocious races living in each of the major boundary river. These ferocious races rarely left the boundary river and there were also very few cultivators in the outside world who dared to go deep into the boundary river. Even a seventh tribulation demon emperor like Phoenix Emperor Chongming was severely injured in the boundary river of the eastern heaven. It was imaginable how dangerous the depths of each major boundary river were. The divine city had also sent out countless cultivators to maintain order in this place. There were also many experts of the divine city who went to the vicinity of the beast corpse to guard and check the situation at the entrance. 2 hours later, the divine city's cultivators announced that there was no problem with the entrance. The cultivators who obtained the quota could register their names with the divine city's cultivators and leave their life tokens to enter the extreme Dan holy region. This was a grand event that only happened once in 10,000 years. Some young talents of the eastern heaven were already impatient and went to register their names. Then, they waited outside the passage of the beast mouth. There were also some old monsters who were not willing to leave their life tokens and directly requested to enter the holy region. On this point, the extreme Dan divine city would not force them. You can leave your life token if you want to. However, they were afraid that no one would know if you died in the holy region, so they left a life token just in case. If you are not willing, no one will force you. At first, only some void fragmentation young talents who had a good family background were registering their life tokens. After that, human profound realm and ghost profound realm life immortals began to ascend to the sky one after another. When the number of people who entered the extreme Dan realm reached 150 or 60 people, the true immortals began to register. All of them were old monsters who had been famous in the eastern heaven for a long time. There were true crossing realm old monsters and some void shedding realm old monsters. There were almost no thought fragmentation realm old monsters. Just when many people thought that the strongest old monsters who entered the holy region this time were only those few thought fragmentation realm old monsters, a sudden rumble came from the starry sky. Rumble.in the snowy starry sky, there was a series of rumbling thunder first. Then, there was a lightning bolt that struck the sky and landed in the starry sky, turning into a fat figure with a fierce body. It's actually the flying thunder immortal king of the flamboyant mountain. Is this person also going to enter the holy region? Some cultivators were shocked. According to rumors, the holy region this time could only allow 6 tribulation immortal emperors to enter. However, in reality, no one really thought that there would be 6 tribulation immortal emperors who would rush to enter the holy region this time. If those immortal emperor realm old monsters wanted to enter the holy region to search for treasures, they would have already gone in during the previous times when the holy region was opened. They were confident in their identities and there was no need for them to rush to enter the holy region this time. After all, there were always too many unknowns and too many variables during the last opening of the holy region. There was absolutely no need for them to take this risk. Unexpectedly, an expert like the Flying Thunder Immortal King had actually come. Many people subconsciously looked at Ning Fan. They seemed to have recalled the incident where Ning Fan created a ruckus in the flamboyant mountain. They were rather looking forward to seeing the confrontation between Ning Fan and Flying Thunder. Unfortunately, as soon as Flying Thunder arrived, he did not say much. He only exchanged a few words with the cultivators of the divine city and completed the registration. After that, he closed his eyes and waited. From the beginning to the end, he did not even look at Ning Fan's direction. Flying Thunder. Ning Fan muttered to himself. Roar! Another devil roar resounded from afar in the starry sky. Then, a giant who was as tall and sturdy as a cultivation planet approached them with huge strides. All of a sudden, the expressions of the disciples of great Emperor Mo He in the divine city changed. Eldest senior brother has actually come out from his seclusion. As the giant got closer to them, more and more people began to recognize his identity. He's actually the first disciple of great Emperor Mo He. Qin Xian Sha. This man has been in seclusion since 3,000 years ago to break through the third tribulation of the eternal era. Now that he has come out from seclusion, could it be that he has succeeded? He's a body cultivator who broke through the third tribulation of the eternal era. In the current Eastern Heaven, there are definitely only a handful of body cultivators who have reached such a realm. As soon as Qin Xiansha arrived, he immediately got out of his giant form. After completing the registration with the cultivators of the Divine City, he suddenly looked down from above and cast a sidelong glance at the people below the Divine City. No one could tell whether he was happy or angry. Someone noticed that the direction that Qin Xiansha was looking at was actually where Ning Fan and the others were. "He's not looking at me but..." Nuan Air. Ning Fan frowned slightly. Is this the first disciple of the medicine sect that Master mentioned? Qin Xiansha thought to himself. After Qin Xiansha, there were actually another 6 immortal venerables of the Eternal Era who intended to enter the Holy Region. Everyone gradually became numb to it. They were no longer surprised about the immortal venerables entering the Holy Region. At this moment, the Battle Rhino Immortal King suddenly left his life plate at the registration place. Is the Battle Rhino Immortal King also going to enter the Holy Region? Many people were greatly surprised. After that, there were no more experts registering. Ning Fan did not wait any longer. He brought Ouyang Muan, Old Wu and Zhang Yu to the sky. All of a sudden, the noisy Supreme Dan Divine City suddenly became quiet. As expected, the Rain Lord is going to enter the Holy Region. It's impossible for him to come here just to watch the show. Rumor has it that the Rain Lord has a close relationship with the first disciple of the medicine sect. Now, it seems like it's true, Miss Nguyen has yet to break through to the second step, hasn't she? Why does her cultivation base give people the feeling that she's a profound mortal cultivator? Who is that lady who is wearing a veil? Her cultivation base seems to have already reached the peak shedding void realm. Is there really such a person in the Eastern Heaven? The veiled lady that everyone was talking about was naturally Zhang Yu. With her ability to conceal herself, no one could tell that she was an immortal emperor. No one could recognize who she was either. After all, she used to be such an ancient figure. This lady looks a little familiar. In the starry sky far away, great sovereign Chongha, who was paying attention to this place, frowned slightly. The primal core great sovereign who was hiding in the Supreme Dan Divine City also frowned, but he could not see through Zhang Yu's background. Unfortunately, Ning Fan did not agree to leave his life plate, nor did he leave any information about his identity. Thus, the crowd of cultivators could not figure out Zhang Yu's real background. Gradually, everyone's attention moved away from Zhang Yu and landed on Old 8. The entire place was dead silent. Dead silence, dead silence, dead silence. Then, it was filled with the sound of discussions. Isn't he that cultivator with the black luck? Why is this cultivator with the surname Wu together with the Rain Lord? Could it be that they are together? Countless old monsters who had been bullied by Old Wu before felt a chill down their spines. Initially, they still had the intention to watch the show, but now, they could not wait to leave this place as soon as possible. They could not sit or stand in peace. Who knew if the appearance of Old Wu would cause the stars to fall and the earth to crack, causing a sudden storm and countless casualties. Some people even began to worry that the Supreme Dan Divine Region would be faced with unimaginable dangers and unforeseen changes when Old Wu enters the Supreme Dan Divine Region. Some old monsters who were eager to enter the Supreme Dan Divine Region also began to feel anxious and hesitated to move forward. Would the Supreme Dan Divine Region directly collapse because of this person's entry? Sigh. Who can say for sure? Interesting. Don't provoke a tortoise with literature and don't provoke a thief with martial arts. I didn't expect these two people to meet each other. Hee hee. Interesting. A slightly feminine voice of a young man suddenly sounded. When no one noticed it, there was one more person in the starry sky. No one could see clearly when this person appeared. Ning Fan's eyes also shrunk and looked at that person with a solemn expression. Even he could only see a trace of the person's arrival. It was a young man in black robes. His face was rather unfamiliar. He was so feminine that he did not seem like a man. It was hard to distinguish whether he was happy or angry, but it gave people a bone-chilling coldness. The chi of his cultivation base had reached the realm of the third eternal tribulation. Gradually, everyone saw a corner of the emblem on the young man's robes. Some of the more experienced people recognized the origin of the emblem and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. The dark race. Even old monsters like Chong He and Yuan Dan who were hiding in the dark were shocked. Rumor had it that there would be people from the secret races who would intervene in the opening of the holy region this time. They did not expect it to be true. Suddenly, Chong He and Yuan Dan's eyes shrunk. They were shocked to find that there was another person hiding in the shadow of the young man in black robes. He was walking out of the shadow bit by bit. It was a person who was completely hidden in a cloak. He did not show his face and his cultivation-based chi was also not strong. There were only 2 balls of ghost fire burning in his eye sockets. It gave people an extremely strange feeling. Even with Yuan Dan and Chong He's cultivation base, they did not notice the existence of this person at first. Ning Fan's eyes widened. When facing this cloaked cultivator, the ancient devil cultivation base in his body actually trembled, as if a lowly being was facing a superior being. Could it be that this cloaked cultivator is actually an ancient devil? Moreover, he's actually an ancient devil with a much stronger bloodline. I can't believe there's still such an ancient devil in this Dharma-ending era. Ning Fan secretly guessed the cloaked cultivator's identity. What concerned him more was that the trip to the holy region would not be as peaceful as it used to be with the interference of these 2 people from the dark race. Are these 2 people coming for me? Not only Ning Fan, but all the cultivators present were also guessing this possibility. The relationship between the inheritor of ancient chaos and the dark race had already reached the point of being incompatible like fire and water. However, both of them were afraid of each other and could not openly fall out with each other. Would this trip to the holy region be the opportunity for both sides to fall out with each other? Is this young man the inheritor of ancient chaos? Hee. Little friendine, what do you think of this young man? The cloaked cultivator transmitted his voice in a hoarse voice. It's just as so. This young man isn't the real Eternal Clan. He has a lot of secrets. The feminine young man glanced at Ning Fan indifferently with a hint of disdain. His name was Yin Luo Sha. He was the cultivator with the highest potential in the history of the dark race. It was said that his dark cultivation potential had even reached the level of the ancestor of the dark race, in Yuanchen. This person had the qualifications to be arrogant. Do you need me to get rid of this young man during this trip? No need. Old Mister's matter is the most important thing in this trip. If we succeed, this young man will be nothing. The feminine young man's expression became fiery. The revival of the dark race was more important than anything else. Of course, if everything goes smoothly, even the ancient Chaos Great Emperor would not be worth mentioning. He did not mind getting rid of an ant like Ning Fan. In the end, the conflict between Ning Fan and the dark race did not happen as the crowd had imagined. As time passed, all the cultivators who had obtained the quota had completed their registration. Then, they began to enter the passage of the beast's mouth one after another. Following the light path, they slowly entered another world. Of course, cultivators whose cultivation bases were too high needed to suppress their cultivation bases to enter. Ning Fan, Old Wu Ba and Zhang Yu needed to suppress their cultivation bases before they could enter. The same light path could lead to 3,600 directions. Under Zhang Yu's guidance, Ning Fan and the others entered one of the light paths. One had to admit that Zhang Yu was indeed very familiar with this place. The place she chose to descend to was also completely different from the others. This sister seems to be very familiar with this place. Oh, Yang Nguan said in surprise. She did not know Zhang Yu's true identity. She only roughly knew that she was one of Ning Fan's cauldrons. She seems to be called Zhang Yu. She does have the same name as an ancient great emperor. However, there were many cases where people had the same name. It was not strange at all. No matter how highly Ouyang Yuan thought of her husband, she would not think that her husband could capture an immortal emperor to be his cauldron. With her around, things will be much more convenient. Ning Fan nodded. In the map that Ouyang Yuan's master, Wei Wuji, gave her, there were a few hidden cave dwellings. The things that were sealed in those caves were very beneficial to Ouyang Yuan's five-colored medicine soul. Unfortunately, Wei Wuji could not take them out with his true immortal realm cultivation base. Now that Ning Fan was following them, many of those things could be taken away. As for the route that Zhang Yu chose, it just so happened that they could enter the inner area from the outer area. Along the way, they would pass by these hidden cave dwellings and take away the things that were sealed in them. In this way, they would be able to complete Ouyang Yuan's trial before entering the inner area. After that, they could proceed to other matters. Thank you, Sister Zhang Yu. It's just a small matter. Later on, I also need to look for some things. I might need the help of your 9th Revolution 5-colored medicine soul. Zhang Yu was very polite to Ouyang Yuan. She was not as hostile as she was to Ning Fan. This also made Ning Fan feel rather helpless. Zhang Yu seemed to be born to be at odds with him. She would always call him a little thief. I have to change this form of address. The path of light gradually came to an end. Everyone felt that there was nothing under their feet. Suddenly, they fell into the world below their feet. What appeared under their feet was a world that was filled with the fragrance of medicine. Before they had much time to react, a few rays of silver light soared into the sky and flew towards them with a hissing sound. Be careful, Master. It's just a few void fragmentation realm silver flood dragons. Let little 8 deal with these trash for Master. Old Wu activated his ability. He wanted to kill these intruding silver flood dragons to show off in front of Ning Fan. Unfortunately, as soon as he made his move, he felt a sense of weakness in his body. He had already suppressed his cultivation base to the crossing truth realm, making it much weaker. At this moment, he could not even use 1/10 of his magic power. As his magic power became sluggish, the power of his ability was greatly reduced. His attack did not manage to kill all of the silver flood dragons. Moreover, he was knocked a few steps backwards by one of the silver flood dragons. Damn it! I forgot that the medicine chi in this place is too strong. I need the power of the medicine soul stone to resist the medicine chi here. Otherwise, my magic power will be weakened. How embarrassing! A dignified immortal venerate of the ancient times was actually knocked back by a few void fragmentation realm small flood dragons just because he suppressed his cultivation base and was devoured by the medicine chi here. Even though he was not injured, it was extremely embarrassing. Roar, little furball looked at old Wu with a hint of disdain. Where did the awe-inspiring manner of this old man go? Ning Fan rubbed his forehead. He began to doubt the correctness of bringing old Wu into this place. With a point of his finger, the sharp light of the ocean-defying sword swept across the sky, killing all of the silver flood dragons. His medicine soul was not as strong as Ouyang Yuan's, but it was much better than old Wu's. Thus, he was less affected by the medicine chi here. After killing the silver flood dragons, Ning Fan and the others landed on the ground and began to observe this world. This was the extreme pill sacred region. Any tuft of grass was a rare spiritual herb. In the past, because it was the outer region, the age of the herbs would not be too old. After all, the outer region would undergo a purge every 10,000 years, the medicine chi here was extremely strong. With the current level of Ning Fan's medicine soul, he could not completely resist the medicine chi here. Only by borrowing the power of the medicine soul stone could he survive in this kind of medicine chi. Among the 4 of them, the only one who could remain calm in this place seemed to be Ouyang Yuan, whose medicine soul had reached the 9th revolution. Fortunately, they had brought a lot of medicine soul stones with them. It was enough to sustain their consumption in the extreme pill sacred region. Ning Fan spread his spirit sense and carefully observed this place. Then, he took out the map of the outer region of the extreme pill sacred region. There's no need to look anymore. The place we are at is the southwest region of the outer region. There are a lot of valleys here and there are quite a number of cave dwellings left behind by ancient cultivators. The cave dwellings that younger sister Ouyang is looking for are mostly on this route. Before we enter the outer region, there won't be much danger. Thus, I don't need to remind you anything. However, if you enter the inner region later on, you must pay attention to one thing. If you meet cultivators of the Dabii clan, you must not kill them. Otherwise, you will be in big trouble. Even an immortal emperor would not be able to escape unscathed. Zhang Yu reminded. Cultivators of the Dabii clan? What does that mean? Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. Information about the inner region of the extreme pill sacred region was rarely leaked out. Thus, it was his first time hearing about the existence of cultivators of the Dabii clan in the inner region. The Dabii clan, Ning Fan did not know if it was an illusion, but the profound Yin world inside the Yin Yang locket sensed something after he entered this place. To be exact, it was not the Yin Yang locket that sensed this place but the key that was sealed inside the stone door in the profound Yin world's scripture depository tower. Is it because there is a stone door of infinite desolation in the inner region of this place? Ning Fan had naturally obtained this information before. At this moment, he could not help but think about this possibility. I don't know much about the cultivators of the Dabii clan in this place. These cultivators are extremely xenophobic. In short, if you meet them, you must be careful. There is no lack of immortal emperor realm experts in the Dabii clan. Don't kill the people of the Dabii clan easily. Moreover, if you want to successfully complete the few objectives of this trip, you will need the help of the Dabii clan. In this way, it is necessary to gain the favor of the Dabii clan. Chapter 998. I still have to gain the favor of the despicable clan. Ning Fan frowned. Given his personality, he did not like to please others. However, in order to achieve the goal of this trip, he would try to befriend the despicable clan even if he was unwilling to do so. Bringing Ouyang Yuan to the trial was his promise in the past. Helping the daughter of the Phoenix Emperor find spiritual herbs to repair her soul was also a promise. Helping Zhang Yu to find a suitable physical body was also a promise. Of course, he needed to fulfill these promises. However, the most important thing in this trip was to help the 9 raccoon reach adulthood, obtain its blood and save the ancient Chaos Great Emperor. Can you sense the location of the sacrificial vessel of the 9 raccoon clan in this world? Ning Fan patted the specially made spiritual beast pouch on his waist. Immediately, there was a response from the spiritual beast pouch. Master, the response is very weak. However, it does exist. There is no mistake. The sacrificial vessel of my clan does exist in this world. However, it is extremely far away from here. Besides, it seems to be kept in a place that is heavily guarded. Someone has sensed my presence and is currently using a technique to disturb me, unwilling to let me sense the exact location of the sacrificial vessel. The black cat in the spiritual beast pouch transmitted its voice to Ning Fan. Someone is actually using a technique to disturb me. Ning Fan was slightly stunned. The sacrificial vessel of the 9 raccoon is located in the inner area of the Supreme Pill sacred region. However, it seems like the sacrificial vessel of the 9 raccoon is not without an owner. Fine. It doesn't matter if it has an owner or not. Even if I have to rob it by force, Ning Fan must get this sacrificial vessel of the 9 raccoon. I wonder if the treasure-searching compass can find the location of the sacrificial vessel. Ning Fan flipped his hand and took out the treasure-searching compass. He sent his spirit sense into it and performed a hand seal. All of a sudden, the compass began to rotate slowly. Light spots of different sizes appeared on the surface of the compass one after another. The light spots of different colors represented different meanings. The brighter the light spot, the higher the grade of the heavenly material and earthly treasure. This treasure-searching compass must be used together with spirit sense. Within the range of the user's spirit sense, all the treasures would have nowhere to hide. Unfortunately, Ning Fan's spirit sense could not cover the inner area of the Supreme Pill's sacred region. Even if he uses the heaven-peering rain technique, he could not do it. There seemed to be a layer of barrier between the outer area and the inner area, preventing spirit sense from entering. Unfortunately, even the treasure-searching compass couldn't find the specific location of the sacrificial artifact. He could only wait until he entered the inner area before searching. That's Reverend Arid Triad's treasure-searching compass. No, it's not the original. It's just an imitation. I can't believe that there's actually someone who can imitate this magical treasure to such an extent in this age of chaos. Zhang Yu, who was at the side, saw the treasure-searching compass and let out a soft exclamation of surprise, just like how old Wu was back then. Reverend Arid Triad? Is it very famous? All of you seem rather surprised when you see this compass. Ning Fan asked old Wu and Zhang Yu while controlling the compass. By the looks of it, the treasure-searching compass was most likely created by Phoenix Emperor Chongming imitating Reverend Arid Triads. Speaking of which, this place was worthy of being the place where the sage used to gather herbs. Although they did not find the exact location of the sacrificial vessel, they found many good things in the outer area. In the periphery of the holy region, the spirit herbs on the surface would be looted by the group of cultivators once every 10,000 years, so the age would not be too old. However, there were still plenty of ancient cultivators' cave residences hidden in the dark. There were also plenty of good stuff sealed inside. There was no lack of Hotian magic treasures, 9 revolutions lead elixirs, silver elixirs, millions of years old spirit herbs. If that's the case, it was necessary for them to make a thorough search on their way to the inner area. There was no reason for them not to empty all the hidden cave residences along the way. You actually don't know who Reverend Arid Triad is? Zhang Yu snorted disdainfully. Master, you don't know who Reverend Arid Triad is. He's the Southern Heaven Ancestral Emperor. Old Wu pretended to be surprised and directly gave the answer. It was actually the Southern Heaven Ancestral Emperor. Ning Fan was speechless. He had been cultivating the Tao for so long. Of course, he had heard about the Southern Heaven Ancestral Emperor before. Legend has it that the Southern Heaven Ancestral Emperor was an expert in divination. Legend has it that the Southern Heaven Ancestral Emperor was ruthless, cunning, and ruthless. In the end, the Southern Heaven Ancestral Emperor died in battle to protect the Southern Heaven. There were many legends about the Southern Heaven Ancestral Emperor. However, none of them mentioned the name of Reverend Arid Triad. Ning Fan could not be blamed for being ignorant. Most of the powerful beings in the Eastern Heaven did not know about the secrets that Old Wu and Zhang Yu knew. Old Wu cleared his throat with an excited expression. He wanted to tell his master the story about the Southern Heaven Ancestral Emperor. However, Ning Fan did not have the mood to listen to his master. Instead, he took out one of the medicine soul stones that had been distributed to him and instantly absorbed all the medicine soul power within it. Then, he took out another one and continued to absorb it. Just like that, after absorbing the power of 800 pieces of medicine soul stones in a row, Ning Fan felt a little more relaxed. He no longer felt weak when he was invaded by the medicine qi when he first entered the Saint region. Old Wu found himself being snubbed. He sat down cross-legged while mumbling to himself and began to refine the medicine soul stones as well. Unlike Ning Fan, Old Wu only heaved a sigh of relief after absorbing 1,000 pieces of medicine soul stones. Zhang Yu had also absorbed 1,000 pieces of medicine soul stones. Even Little Furball and the black cat in the spiritual beast pouch had absorbed 1,000 pieces of medicine soul stones. As for Ouyang Nuan, she did not need the power of the medicine soul stones at all to survive in this place. After all, she already had a 9th revolution lead grade medicine soul. The power of her medicine soul was not to be underestimated. Ning Fan estimated that with his mid-grade 7th revolution medicine soul, he could only use 200 less medicine soul stones compared to ordinary people. Each time he refined the medicine soul stones, he could last for 12 hours, which was half a day. Excluding Ouyang Nuan, the 3 of them and the 2 demonic beasts needed to consume nearly 10,000 pieces of medicine soul stones a day. Ning Fan had only prepared 2 million pieces of medicine soul stones for this trip to the Saint region. Theoretically, Ning Fan and the others could only stay in the extreme pill Saint region for 200 days at most before they needed to leave. Otherwise, their lives would be in danger if they did not have enough medicine soul stones. Of course, the opening of some secret abodes in the extreme pill Saint region still required medicine soul stones. In that case, the duration of these 200 days would probably be greatly reduced. We don't have much time. Let's depart as soon as possible. The group of them began to fly towards the inner area. Not long after that, they arrived at the location of the first secret abode on their journey. It was a grassland. The grass here was as tall as a human. From time to time, one could see 100-year and 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs. However, to Ning Fan and the others, they were not worth mentioning at all. Thus, they did not spend any time picking them. This was the location of the first secret abode on Ouyang Nuan's map. According to Wei Wuji, there were items that were beneficial to Ouyang Nuan's 5-colored medicine soul in this abode. Interesting. The abodes of the cultivators of the 4 heavens are usually built between mountains and rivers. This abode, however, is built under the grassland. Ning Fan said casually. Even with his eyesight, he still had to spend a lot of effort to find out that there was a hidden abode in this place. To other cultivators who were not good at searching, it would probably be difficult for them to find out that there was a hidden abode in this place. TSK. The cultivators of the despicable clan are born in the grassland and die in the grassland. Therefore, they usually like to build their abodes on the grassland. The abodes left in the outer area of the Saint region are basically left behind by the cultivators of the despicable clan in ancient times. Naturally, most of them are built under the grassland. Zhang Yu scoffed and explained. Born in the grassland and die in the grassland, Ning Fan flicked his finger and took out several hundred pieces of medicine soul stones. He piled them on the ground and invoked a technique to open the abode. He had already obtained the information that the opening method of the abode of the cultivators in the Supreme Pill Saint region was different from the abodes of the 4 heavens. It required a special method to open the abode. Moreover, a certain amount of medicine soul stones was needed to open the abode. The exact amount of medicine soul stones needed to be used was directly related to the level of the abode. This small pile of medicine soul stones was not used up in this abode. It only used about 300 pieces. Abodes that cost 300 pieces were usually the abodes of life immortal realm cultivators. After knowing that the level of this abode was not high, Ning Fan, Old Wu's 8th and Zhang Yu's interest was not very high. As soon as the abode was opened, a tunnel entrance appeared on the ground. A long flight of stairs led straight to the underground. The stone stairs were very old. From time to time, there were concave walls on both sides of the stairs where Buddhist shrines were displayed. When they reached the underground, there were a total of 12 stone rooms. All of them were sealed by formations. This formation was connected to the earth and was maintained by the thick earth chi. Its defensive power was terrifyingly strong. Even though it was just a life immortal realm abode, without the permission of the owner, perhaps even some true immortals of the crossing truth realm would not be able to open the stone rooms here. What a strange formation! It was Ning Fan's first time seeing such a strange formation. He secretly circulated the force character and clearly saw the veins of the formation in this place. A moment later, he raised his palm and pressed on the stone door of the first stone room. Wait. Zhang Yu said anxiously. Currently, Ning Fan's cultivation base was suppressed to the crossing truth realm. If he rashly activated the grand formation without studying the formation in detail, there would be a lot of risks. This was also what Zhang Yu was worried about. Due to the influence of the child relic, she was disdainful towards Ning Fan. When she saw Ning Fan acting recklessly, she instinctively shouted out. What surprised her was that after Ning Fan's hand touched the stone door, he actually did not receive any counterattack from the formation in this place. Ning Fan's technique was too strange. It should be said that at the moment when he touched the stone door, he actually changed his hand seals for 24 times. At the moment when he touched the stone door, it actually opened with a creaking sound. He did not forcefully break the formation. Instead, he followed the veins of the formation and directly opened the stone door. This little thief. His cultivation base in the Tao of formations isn't weak. He actually completely saw through the formation of this place in an instant. Among the 10,000 ancient immortal venerables, I'm afraid there aren't many who could do this. Zhang Yu was secretly shocked. Her expression, however, sneered. This little thief is really powerful. Why did I worry about him in vain? Pui, it's impossible for me to care about this little thief at all. Illusion. Illusion. The first stone room stored some magic treasures. Most of them were not of high quality. Moreover, they had been around for a long time. Most of their spiritual power had been severely damaged. Ning Fan naturally did not care about these things. However, there were some refining materials that were piled up in the corner of the room. Ning Fan took them away. Most of them were refining materials that were unique to the Great Bei clan. Even though their grades were not high, they were things that could not be found in the Eastern Heaven. Ning Fan followed the same method and opened the remaining caves one after another. He obtained a total of 4,000 medicine soul stones, 7 sealed pills, some ancient books of the Great Bei clan and a small medicine garden. There were quite a number of 1 million years old spiritual herbs inside. Even though their grades were not high, they were medicinal herbs that were unique to the Great Bei clan. Ning Fan had never seen any of them before. Ning Fan did not recognize the words in the ancient books. Thus, he could not understand them. They were probably things like life immortal realm cultivation methods, abilities and pill refinement recipes. 4,000 medicine soul stones was not a lot, but it was still considered a small gain. It could allow Ning Fan and the others to stay in the holy region for a longer period of time. The sealed pills, on the other hand, made Ning Fan click his tongue in amazement. The Great Bei clan seemed to be extremely good at storing pills. These 7 pills seemed to be from a long time ago. However, they were still filled with medicinal fragrance. At least 40 to 50% of their medicinal efficacy had been preserved. Moreover, even though Ning Fan did not know the names of these 7 pills, he could sense that they were quite beneficial to improving the power of his medicine soul based on his medicine soul. 7 Ninth Revolution lead grade pills that could improve one's medicine soul. What your master wants you to take is probably these 7 pills, right? Ning Fan checked them repeatedly. Then, he suddenly consumed one of the 7 pills. After checking its medicinal efficacy, he handed the remaining 6 pills to Ouyang Nuan. They were decent pills. There was a little bit of poison in them, but it was not much. To a life immortal realm cultivator, this little bit of poison was negligible. There was no harm in consuming them. Moreover, just a single pill was able to make his mid-7th revolution medicine soul advance to the high 7th revolution. This pill was indeed not bad. These pills are fine. You keep them first. When you have time, you can refine them and consume them. These pills are not bad. They are very beneficial to improving your medicine soul. Ning Fan reminded her. Ouyang Nuan's medicine soul was much stronger than Ning Fan's. She could tell that these pills were not bad at all with just a single glance. However, because of that, she was even more reluctant to consume them. She hesitated and said, "My husband is also a pill refinement master. Why don't you keep them for yourself and strive to attain the high 7th revolution pill refinement realm in one go? There's no need for that. Pill refinement is no longer a necessary skill for me to cultivate until now. It doesn't make much of a difference whether I improve my medicine soul or not. On the other hand, if you consume one more pill, you will be able to attain the silver core grade medicine soul sooner." Ning Fan felt a little regretful. If it wasn't for the sake of testing his medicine, he would not even be willing to consume a single pill from her. It would be a bit of a waste for him to consume this pill. Then. Alright. Anyway, after my pill refinement realm improves, my husband will also benefit from it. You can just look for me directly if you want to consume any pills. When Ouyang Nguyen thought that she could concoct pills for Ning Fan, she no longer declined his offer. Since they had already looted everything in this place, there was no point for them to stay any longer. Thus, they left the cave dwelling and continued advancing towards the inner area. Along the way, they looted several hundred more cave dwellings. Some of them were recorded on Ouyang Nguyen's map while some of them were found by Ning Fan's treasure-searching compass. As they continued advancing, they managed to obtain another several 100,000 medicine soul stones. After deducting the amount used to open the cave dwellings, they still had 2.3 million medicine soul stones left. Other than medicine soul stones, they also obtained a lot of pills, spiritual herbs, ores and ancient records. The cave dwellings that Ouyang Nguyen wanted to find on this trip could be considered to have been completely looted. As for the remaining few cave dwellings that were not on the route, they no longer took a detour. As they continued to loot, they really found some useful items. First of all, he found more than 10 tufts of innate spiritual herbs. Coincidentally, one of them had the effect of nourishing one's soul. Moreover, it was a type that Ning Fan had never obtained before. As such, he had already collected 5 out of the 7 types of innate spiritual herbs that he needed to save the daughter of the Phoenix Emperor. He only needed 2 more. Secondly, he actually found quite a number of Tao springs in the cave dwellings of some ancient cultivators. The spiritual spring water within them had been stored for countless years and its quality was rather pure. It was the most suitable to water the 7 treasures wondrous tree. Naturally, he collected all of these Tao springs. Other than that, he also found a few supreme wood spiritual items in some of the cave dwellings. The power of the Tao law that they contained was rather pure. They were the most suitable to increase the power of the wood yin-yang technique in the future. The supreme pill sacred region was a medicinal garden. The wood qi there was already very thick. Thus, it was perfectly normal for it to produce such supreme wood spiritual items. Ning Fan had only spent 2 days to travel from the outer region to the inner region. Most of the time was not spent on the journey but on looting the cave dwellings. Along the way, they would occasionally meet other cultivators who entered the sacred region together with them. However, they were basically all low-grade cultivators. When they saw Ning Fan and the others flying towards them, they were so frightened that they did not dare to act recklessly. Ning Fan naturally did not have the mood to care about these people. He only cared about his own journey. The boundary between the inner region and the outer region is right ahead. Zhang Yu's expression suddenly became serious. In general, the terrain of the outer region of the extreme pill sacred region was a big circle. The inner region was the outer region of the sacred region while the boundless land outside the circle was the center of the sacred region. If a low-grade cultivator saw this scene, he would certainly burst into laughter and say that the person who divided the inner region and the outer region of the extreme pill sacred region was not clear-headed. He actually confused the inner and outer regions of the circle. However, was it really the other way around? All living beings are trapped in the circle. The inner and outer regions are originally uncertain. Like a dream but also like waking up, like dust but also like the original. The great Tao is vast but humble. Wild grasses and weeds are scattered, lowering their heads but tenacious. This was an ancient tablet carved at the border of the inner circle. Ning Fan glanced at the ancient monument and felt that the words on it were filled with endless mysteries. What was even more unimaginable to him was the monstrous might contained within the words. It was as if it came from the immemorial era. It gave people a feeling that the sky was collapsing, making it hard for them to remain calm. Insignificant like an ant. Be it Ning Fan, Old Wu, or even Zhang Yu, all of them had such a feeling when they saw this line of words. It was because the cultivation base of the person who wrote this line of words was shocking. The third step. Could this ancient tablet have been left behind by the sage who came here to pick herbs? Ning Fan secretly speculated. Every word and action of a saint contained supreme power. Even a few words could be used as a peerless killing move. This was something that immortal emperors like the ancient Chaos and the Undying Being didn't have. Even though they were strong enough to fight against an incipient saint, as long as they weren't real saints, they wouldn't have this power. A single word from the saint could cause mountains and rivers to crumble, and a single word from the saint could sink the seas and land. Formula Tao could not be easily taught. This was a situation like this. As he got closer to the ancient monument, Ning Fan could feel that each of the words on the monument contained immense power. Any one of them had the power to kill an ancient immortal venerable. If I can take this ancient tablet away or take away this saint's words, while Ning Fan was having this thought, Old Wu was also having the same thought. The handwriting of a saint was something even more powerful than a connate artifact. If he could get his hands on it. Don't even think about it. I don't know how many experts have had the same thoughts as you, but the truth is that the ancient tablet is still here, and the saint's words are still here. This isn't something that second-step cultivators like us can take away. Even great cultivators from the ancient times can't do it. Immortal concubine Zhang Yu said to Ning Fan as if she had been through the same thing. There were actually quite a number of such ancient tablets in the periphery of the sanctuary. Unfortunately, no one had ever been able to collect the saint's words. She could not do it either. She had once tried this with the cultivation of a 9-tribulation immortal emperor, but in the end, she was seriously injured and failed. To second-step cultivators, without the permission of the saint, they could not even touch the saint's words. Hee. It's not my character to leave a treasure mountain untouched. If I don't give it a try, how would I know if I can collect the saint's words? Old Wu rubbed his palms together, eager to give it a try. Of course, he still needed to be cautious. However, compared to the saint's words, all caution was thrown to the back of his mind. These were the words left behind by the saint. They possessed heaven-shaking power. Old Wu could feel that if he dared to touch the ancient tablet's words, he would certainly suffer severe injuries. However, if he could succeed by luck. With the 36 saints' words in his hands, it would be enough for him to dominate the 4 heavens. Even an immortal emperor would have to fear him like a poisonous snake. Old Wu was eager to give it a try. Ning Fan pondered for a while. He had the god-exterminating shield to protect himself. More or less, he could give it a try. Even if he failed, he would not be injured. This place was already at the border of the inner area. There was no need for him to suppress his cultivation base. Old Wu released all of his aura force from his cultivation base while Ning Fan also removed the suppression on his cultivation base. Just as both of them were about to try to collect the ancient tablet's words, their eyes suddenly moved. At the next moment, an ink drawing of a tiger that was 100 zhang large suddenly appeared in the sky out of nowhere. Then, it let out a furious roar and crashed down from the sky. Suddenly, the surrounding area was stirred up violently. The power of the collision was actually comparable to a full-powered attack from a cultivator of the Duzhen realm. Touch the sacred object of my tower would tribe. Kill without mercy. It was an exceptionally old voice. After that old voice, there were also many young voices. We swear to protect the sacred object of our tribe with our lives. We swear to protect the sacred object of our tribe with our lives. We swear to protect the sacred object of our tribe with our lives. One after another, human figures suddenly drilled out from the ground of the grassland. Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly solemn. While the newcomers were brimming with killing intent, he raised his hand and crushed the tiger drawing technique that descended from the sky. Then, he examined the newcomers. Great humble tribe. Chapter 999. There were a total of 3,000 tribes in the Great Bay clan, and they had been living in the inner region of the Holy Region for generations. The Tamu tribe was only one of the weaker ones among them. There were a total of 108 ancient tablets at the border of the inner region, and all of them were engraved with the saints' inscriptions. These 108 ancient tablets would often be rotated and guarded by the weakest tribes. For example, the Tamu tribe would change every 1,000 years, and it was their turn to guard one of the ancient tablets. The reason why only the weak tribes were made to guard the tablets was because no one had ever been able to remove the saints' inscriptions, and no tribe had ever been able to obtain any benefits from the ancient tablets. Guarding was just a formality without any meaning or benefits. It was only a way for the future generations to remember their ancestors. As such, only the weakest tribes were needed to be the coolies. Every 10,000 years, the Holy Region would open once. This was also the time period that the Great Bay clan hated the most. Every time this time came, there would be some extremely daring foreign clan cultivators who would try to enter the inner region and set foot on the holy land of the Great Bay clan in search of treasures. There were even some extremely daring foreign clan cultivators who would attack the saints' inscriptions. They didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Without the permission of the saint, how could the first and second step cultivators touch the saints' inscriptions? Every time the holy region opened, there would be foreign clan cultivators who would be killed by the saints' inscriptions. There would also be some true immortals with higher divine abilities who wouldn't be killed by the saints' inscriptions, but they would be severely injured. Very few people could escape unscathed from the saints' inscriptions. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, they would often be intimidated by the might of the saint, and it might even leave a shadow in their cultivation for the rest of their lives. Tagri was the patriarch of the Tamu tribe and also the person with the highest cultivation base in this generation. His cultivation base had reached the middle stage of the crossing truth realm, and he could be considered as one of the few true immortal old monsters in the surrounding Great Bay tribe. Today, as usual, he led a portion of the tribe members to cultivate in the underground cave residence and carried out the duty of guarding the place that was rotated once every 1,000 years. As a true immortal old monster, he had to carry out the most boring task of guarding the place and was not allowed to leave his post. This made Tagri feel extremely sullen, but he had no choice. Who asked his Tamu tribe to be weaker than others? In the tribe competition that was held once every 1,000 years, the Tamu tribe had already lost to the tribes of the southern region 12 times in a row and was ranked at the bottom. Weak tribes had to do the coolies without any complaints. This was the rule of the Great Bay tribe. In other words, the Tamu tribe had been continuously at the bottom amongst the surrounding few tens of tribes for 12,000 years. Outsiders claimed that the Tamu tribe was the weakest wolf in the southern region's prairie. This caused many men of the Tamu tribe to be unable to raise their heads in front of outsiders. As the leader of the weakest tribe, Tagri also felt ashamed. Fortunately, the time for guarding the holy monument was almost up, and the next tribal competition was about to begin. Everyone was waiting to see the 13th ranking of the Pagoda Wood tribe. This caused Tagri to feel even more suffocated in his heart. For the sake of this grand competition, Tagori had made ample preparations. He didn't even hesitate to shamelessly borrow a few powerful magical treasures from a few of his old friends. In this grand competition of the tribes, he wouldn't allow the Tamu tribe to be at the bottom again. He wanted to lead the Tamu tribe to break away from the fate of being the weakest in the southern border. He had been waiting confidently for the arrival of 1,000 years. However, he did not expect Ning Fan and the others to appear at this crucial moment. Moreover, they coveted the holy monument. Damn it, was it the opening of the sanctuary that happened once every 10,000 years? This group of murderous alien cultivators. According to the rules of the despicable tribe, if the tribe guards the holy monument due to their negligence and allow the birds and beasts to touch the holy monument, they would be punished with a light crime and be sentenced to 1,000 years of guarding the monument. If they allow the cultivators of the foreign races to touch the holy monument, they would be punished with a heavy crime. The clan leader would have 10% of his cultivation base crippled and 1,000 members of the tribe would be sacrificed to the Buddha. Those were the heaviest crimes among the heaviest crimes. Therefore, when Tagri found out that Ning Fan and Old Wu wanted to touch the saints' inscriptions, he felt a chill run down his spine. If they really let the two of them touch the holy monument, Tagri did not dare to imagine the consequences. Not only would he have 10% of his cultivation base crippled, but the most important thing was that the Tamu tribe, which did not have a lot of members, would have 1,000 good men sentenced to death for their crimes. At such a critical moment, even though they knew that Ning Fan and Old Wu had the terrifying cultivation base of an ancient immortal venerate, Tagri and the other cultivators who guarded the holy monument still decided to take action. Unfortunately, the result was obvious. With their insignificant abilities, they could not stop Ning Fan and the others at all. You all can't touch this monument. Even if I, Tagri, die in battle today, I will protect this monument. Tagri gritted his teeth and said in a tough tone. According to the rules of the Debay tribe, if the tribe leader dies for the sake of guarding the monument, the other members of the tribe would be pardoned for their negligence of duty and be exempted from the punishment of killing 1,000 people. Tagri had also thrown caution to the wind. If he really could not stop Ning Fan and the others from touching the holy monument today, he would not regret dying in battle here. At least, he could protect the lives of 1,000 men in the tribe. Humph. The people of the prairie never lacked courage. Why would they hesitate to fight? Even if the other party was an ancient immortal venerate. He was an existence that he must look up to. Ning Fan's slightly cold eyes softened. According to his personality, if he was ambushed, he would retaliate no matter how strong or weak the opponent was. However, what he did not expect was that this Duzhen cultivator of the Debay tribe in front of him seemed to have a backbone. He was willing to die in battle just to protect the holy monument, recalling Zhang Yu's reminder that it was not advisable for him to become enemies with the Debay tribe during this trip. Ning Fan's eyes calmed down. He gently waved his hand and restrained Old Wu, not allowing him to touch the cultivators of the Debay tribe in front of him. Who are you people? Why are you stopping me from collecting these words? Ning Fan asked indifferently. He did not continue to collect the saint's words. Firstly, it was because he realized that the people of the Debay tribe in this place seemed to be extremely averse to this kind of behavior. If he really becomes enemies with the Debay tribe for the sake of collecting the saint's words, it would be disadvantageous for him during this trip. Jiu Li's adulthood was of utmost importance. Compared to this matter, the saint's words were not that important anymore. Secondly, Ning Fan had also probed the strength of the holy monument the moment he took action. As a matter of fact, even though he had yet to finish collecting the saint's words, he sensed an extremely dangerous chi from the holy monument the moment he took action. That level of danger had even exceeded the current defense of the God Extermination Shield. Moreover, it was still increasing as time passed by. These saints' words were too terrifying. It was definitely not something he could collect with his current strength. If he forcefully collects them, even though he would not suffer too much damage, he would only return empty-handed. Of course, if it was not because he was worried about the mood of the people of the Debay tribe, Ning Fan would still be willing to give it a try. Seeing that Ning Fan and the others did not continue to collect the saint's words and did not plan to attack the Tamu tribe, Tagri and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Tagri took a step forward and stood in front of the group of cultivators of the Tamu tribe. He politely greeted Ning Fan. I'm Tagri, the leader of the Tamu tribe of the Debei tribe. Greetings to my friends who have come from afar. Guarding the holy monument is our duty. If we have offended you in any way, please forgive us. Tagri's attitude was very humble. Even though the Debei tribe was xenophobic, it would be a different story if the other party was an immortal venerated being of the past. After all, even in the Debei tribe, immortal venerated beings of the past were also rare experts. Unless Tagri himself was also an immortal venerated being of the past, he would be an idiot to offend Ning Fan and the others. While speaking, Tagri secretly observed the expressions of Ning Fan and the others. When he saw that they did not have any doubts about the word Debei, he could not help but feel moved. It seems like these few foreign cultivators have heard of the Debei tribe before. They are not the visitors who know nothing about the Debei tribe. Since it's our duty, we indeed can't say that we have offended you. On the contrary, we were the ones who acted recklessly. We didn't know that this monument is the sacred relic of your tribe. If we touch this monument, I'm afraid that you guys, as the guardians of the monument, will not be able to bear the consequences. Ning Fan noticed the cold sweat on the foreheads of Tagri and the others and made a guess. That's right. Fortunately, you guys didn't touch the sacred monument. Otherwise, many men of our Tamu tribe would have died because of your actions. You will also be hunted down by us, the 5 emperors of the Debei tribe, because of this crime. You definitely won't be able to walk out of the Supreme Pill sacred region alive. A few burly men of the Tamu tribe who looked like hotheads shouted angrily. Shut up. In front of the immortal venerated being of the past immortal venerated beings, how can you be so presumptuous? Tagri was so scared that his soul almost flew out of his body. He scolded the burly men of the Tamu tribe behind him. The men of the Debei tribe were born to be straightforward. Therefore, they were slightly weaker in terms of scheming and worldly wisdom. In short, there were many hotheads among the cultivators of this tribe. When they are infuriated, there would even be some low-level cultivators who would dare to scold an immortal king in front of him. Of course, this did not mean that there were no cultivators in the Debei tribe who were sensible. For example, Tagri was definitely not a hothead. Previously, he did not hesitate to attack Ning Fan and the others in order to guard the monument. Now that there was room for reconciliation between both sides, of course, Tagri would not allow his tribe members to offend Ning Fan again. After being scolded by Tagri, the remaining cultivators of the Tamu tribe no longer dared to speak carelessly. However, there were still many of them who were glaring at Ning Fan with fury in their eyes. The divine ability that all of you used just now should be the battle soul technique, right? Ning Fan did not care about the rudeness of the burly men and changed the topic. That's right. What we used just now was indeed a type of combined soul technique. It can be performed by many people to increase the power of the divine ability. The cultivators of my Debei tribe are basically born with medicine souls. What we cultivate is the medicine soul divine ability. Be it men or women, young or old, all of us are basically pill refinement masters. Tagri sounded rather proud. In this world, how many tribes could be born with medicine souls? Not many. Not many at all. The Debei tribe was one of the few. As a cultivator of the Debei tribe, they deserve to be proud of it and feel honored to be a cultivator of the Debei tribe. Can cultivators from other tribes like us walk freely in the inner area of the holy region? Ning Fan changed the topic again. To be honest, the inner area of the holy region is the holy land of my Debei tribe. If it's a low-grade cultivator from another tribe, it's absolutely impossible for him to enter the holy land of my tribe. Once he or she enters, he or she will be expelled by my tribe if the punishment is light. If the punishment is severe, he or she will be sentenced to death. However, if a true immortal realm expert enters, it's a different story. As long as he or she performs 3 merits, receives 6 punishments and observes 12 prohibitions, he or she will be able to walk freely in the inner area. If he or she disobeys, he or she will still be expelled by the experts of my tribe. Tagri said carefully, afraid that the 3 merits, 6 punishments and 12 prohibitions that he mentioned would arouse the disgust of Ning Fan and the others. Ning Fan and the others indeed frowned. 3 merits, 6 punishments and 12 prohibitions. It seems like outsiders will be subjected to a lot of restrictions when they enter the inner area. I'm afraid they will lose a lot of freedom. No one would be willing to be restricted for no reason. Be it Ning Fan or Old Wu, both of them were the kind of people who would never allow themselves to be at a disadvantage. As an immortal emperor, Zhang Yu was even more unwilling to be restricted. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu first let out a soft snort. When she was at her peak in the past, she had to force her way into the inner area of the holy region every time. Because of that, she would always be besieged by the immortal emperors of the Dabei tribe. Unfortunately, she was no longer at the peak of her cultivation base in the past. She no longer had the qualifications to act recklessly in this place. Little thief, we can't act as we please when we enter the inner area this time. We must accept the restrictions of the Dabei tribe. Otherwise, this trip will become extremely difficult. Besides, if we accept the restrictions of the Dabei tribe, we can also avoid many dangers and obtain a certain degree of protection from them. There are quite a number of ferocious creatures in the inner area. Zhang Yu sighed and advised Ning Fan through telepathy. She was afraid that Ning Fan was young and impetuous and could not accept the restrictions of others. However, she did not expect Ning Fan to not care about the many restrictions of the Dabei tribe. Even though he was unwilling to do so, for the sake of Jiu Li's adulthood, as long as it did not violate his principles, he could give in a little. May I ask what the 3 merits, 6 punishment and 12 restrictions of your clan refer to? Ning Fan asked calmly. The 3 merits refers to the fact that every foreign cultivator who enters the inner area must perform 3 human rank battle merits for our Dabei tribe. Everyone, don't worry. There are immortal venerables among you. Human rank battle merits are as easy as flipping your hand to all of you. The 6 punishment. Tagri paused and looked at Ning Fan cautiously. Seeing that Ning Fan did not have much aversion to the word punishment, he continued. The 6 punishment refers to the foreign cultivators who must receive 6 damaging punishments from our clan. This punishment cannot be avoided, but it can be substituted. It will be calculated according to the number of people, excluding pets. There are 4 of you and you will have to receive a total of 24 punishments. With the cultivation base of the 2 ladies, I'm afraid that they will suffer some injuries and damage their foundation. However, if the 2 of you are immortal venerables, it will not be difficult for you to receive the damaging punishments. Ning Fan frowned slightly, but he did not say anything. Seeing this, Tagri heaved a sigh of relief and continued. The 12 restrictions refers to the 12 prohibitions that our Dabei tribe has against foreign cultivators. Don't worry. They are just some of the most basic prohibitions. As long as you don't do anything that infringes on the interests of our Dabei tribe, basically, you won't be subjected to any punishment. Tagri then explained the content of the 12 restrictions in detail. He was not stupid. These people in front of him were obviously people who had ulterior motives towards the inner area. They would certainly enter the inner area. The only difference was whether these people would enter by force or follow the rules. If they enter by force, their lives would be in danger. However, if they follow the rules, Tagri would welcome Ning Fan and the others to enter the inner area. Excluding outsiders also depends on who you are excluding. If Ning Fan and the others enter the inner area, at this moment, Tagri already had a different thought. After confirming that Ning Fan and the others would indeed follow the rules, he would then make a bold decision. He wanted to be the guarantor of Ning Fan and the others in the name of the clan leader of the Tamu tribe. Even though there are only 4 people in this group, 2 of them are immortal venerables of the 10,000 ancient era. If I vouch for them, they will certainly be placed under the name of my Tamu tribe. In that case, I can use the identity of the clan leader of the Tamu tribe to invite the 4 of them to participate in the grand competition of my tribe. Humph. If my tribe has immortal venerables of the 10,000 ancient era, even if these few people have been punished and their cultivation bases are limited, they definitely won't be at the bottom of the grand competition. I'm afraid they can even get an extremely good ranking. Thinking of this, Tagri became more enthusiastic towards Ning Fan and the others. After confirming that Ning Fan and the others would abide by the rules, Tagri was even more overjoyed and told them about the guarantor system of the Tamu tribe. In other words, if we want to enter the inner area, we must join any of the tribes of your clan in name? Ning Fan asked with surprise. That's right. Even though you have 2 immortal venerables of the 10,000 ancient era, if you are punished, your cultivation base will certainly be greatly limited. The cultivation base that you can display will probably not exceed the Shedding Void realm. If you join other tribes, the other tribes will at most treat you as Shedding Void realm, but they won't treat you too courteously. After all, in most of the tribes of my Tamu tribe, there is no lack of Shedding Void realm guardians. However, my Tamu tribe is different. Our tribe doesn't have Shedding Void realm guardians. If you join my Tamu tribe, I, Tagri, can guarantee that we will never humiliate foreign cultivators like the clan leaders of other tribes. We will certainly treat you with the highest degree of courtesy. Tagri promised solemnly. Ning Fan was inwardly surprised. He did not know that a cultivator's cultivation base would be restricted after receiving the 6 punishments and they would not be able to display the full strength of the Shedding Void realm guardians. Tagri did not explain it in such detail just now. Moreover, he did not know that if they join other tribes, they might also be humiliated by them. The cultivators of the Tamu tribe are all made of muscles. They are not friendly to outsiders. There are very few cultivators who treat outsiders with courtesy like Tagri. They are also very unreasonable. It doesn't seem to be accurate to put it this way. In short, after you come into contact with the cultivators of the Tamu tribe, you will know that the dullness of most of the cultivators of the Tamu tribe is far beyond your imagination. As for the 6 punishments, you don't have to worry about it. The so-called restriction of cultivation base actually doesn't have much of an impact. As for the specific reason, you will know about it later. Zhang Yu secretly transmitted his voice to Ning Fan. You mean, we are going to join the Tamu tribe just like that? Ning Fan asked through telepathy. If we join such a weak tribe, we can receive enough attention and courtesy. Zhang Yu answered. All right. You know a lot about the inner area. I will listen to you. Ning Fan pondered for a moment and agreed to Tagri's invitation. After discussing some details, they officially entered the inner area of the holy region with the Tamu tribe as their guarantor. This time, Tagri had been guarding the sacred monument for almost 1,000 years. There was less than a month left until the grand competition between the tribes. According to the rules, they could already leave this place and prepare for the grand competition. There was no need for them to guard the sacred monument anymore. This also meant that there would be a period of time when the guards of the sacred monument would be absent for the next few days. During this period, if anyone touches the sacred monument, the Tamu tribe would not be held accountable. After Ning Fan agreed to join the Pagoda Wood tribe, Tagri had secretly told him about this. If you really can't forget about the sacred monument, you can secretly go and check on it during the period of time when the guards are absent. As long as you act discreetly and don't get discovered by my tribe, it will be fine. Sure enough, Tagri knew how to conduct himself. If it was any other muscular and burly man of the Tamu tribe, he would certainly not say something like this. Thank you for the reminder. Ning Fan accepted Tagri's goodwill. He also hoped to maintain a good cooperative relationship with Tagri, the clan leader of the Tamu tribe, during his stay in the inner region. In this way, his trip should be a lot smoother. As they chatted along the way, Ning Fan also obtained a lot of information from Tagri. For example, the area that he entered was a continent called the Southern Grassland in the inner region of the Holy Region. The inner region of the Holy Region was formed by tens of thousands of broken continents. Most of them were desolate and uninhabited. spiritual qi was scarce. Only a few continents were suitable for living and were inhabited by the cultivators of the Dabei clan for generations. The southern grassland was one of them. There were 107 continents like the southern grassland, which coincided with the number of sacred monuments. Therefore, many cultivators of the Dabei clan firmly believed that it was because of the existence of the 108 sacred monuments that the people of the Dabei clan were able to preserve the 108 places to rest. On the southern grassland, there were a total of 35 tribes. The Tamu tribe was just the weakest among them. The rest of the tribes were basically guarded by Shikong. In another month's time, it would be the grand competition of the Dabei clan. Each continent would hold a minor competition first. The weakest tribe would be punished to guard the monument for 1,000 years, while the strongest tribe could head to the continent of the middle state and participate in the next round of the grand competition. As for the minor competition of the southern grassland, as long as you all put in a little effort, you will definitely not be the last place. You can forget about getting the first place. After the punishment, sigh, none of you will be able to get the first place in the southern grassland. What a pity. If you can get the first place, you will be able to participate in the grand competition of the middle state. If you get a good ranking in the grand competition, you might even gain the favor of the 5 emperors of the middle state and obtain great benefits. Forget it. I am already extremely satisfied that my Tamu tribe is no longer at the bottom. Humph. The evil goat tribe even said that they would be 3,000 points ahead of my tribe in this grand competition. Let's see who will be in the lead this time. While chatting with Ning Fan, Tagri angrily told Ning Fan about the current situation of the Tamu tribe. It also made Ning Fan speechless. He did not expect that the Tamu tribe that he had joined was not only the weakest tribe in the southern grassland but also the weakest tribe in the entire Dabei clan. However, even the weakest tribe had a mid-Duzhan realm expert. Ordinary tribes all had Shikong realm experts. Most of the tribes in the middle stream basically had fragment sense realm experts. In the Dabei clan, there were more than 70 tribes that had immortal venerables and 17 tribes that had immortal kings. On the surface, the Dabei clan only had 5 immortal emperors who were the 5 emperors of the middle state. However, Tagri secretly told Ning Fan a piece of shocking news. The immortal emperors of the Dabei clan were not as simple as the 5 emperors of the middle state. There were only 5 emperors in the middle state. Every time an immortal king breaks through to the immortal emperor realm, he or she would be promoted to become one of the 5 emperors of the middle state. As for the 5 emperors who were pushed down, they would go to the most forbidden area of the Dabei clan to cultivate and ignore the mundane affairs. With Tagri's status, he was not qualified to know how many immortal emperors there were in the Dabei clan. However, he was certain that there were definitely more than 5 of them. It seemed like his decision to not fall out with the Dabei clan as soon as he entered the inner area was really a correct one. Ning Fan tried to find some information about the 9 raccoon sacrificial artifact. He was very tactful with his words. He did not mention the sacrificial artifact, but he could not even get any useful information. As expected, I can only find the 9 raccoon sacrificial artifact by myself. The Tamu clan was built on a grassland in the central region of the southern border. Different from the scene that Ning Fan had imagined, the members of the Tamu clan did not live in underground caves. Instead, they lived in tents. They would only enter the caves when they were cultivating. As for their daily lives, they would stay in the tents. The Tamu clan did not have a large population. It only had around 30,000 members. This was related to the bloodline of the Dabei clan. Most of the members of the Tamu clan were born with a medicine soul. However, it was extremely difficult for them to reproduce. Therefore, their clan could not be large. In the entire grassland of the southern border, there were only 15 clans that had more than 100,000 members. It had been 1,000 years since Tagri went out to guard the sacred monument. The guards of the Tamu clan who were wearing leather armor and long boots were having a conflict with a group of people outside the clan. At this moment, the chiliarch of the Tamu clan, Mu Ka, was arguing with the young clan leader of the evil goat clan. I lost my Mo River Pearl the last time I came to your Tamu clan. What's wrong with me wanting to search the entire clan? Why are you stopping me from doing this? Xian Yu Chun glared at Mu Ka with a slightly domineering look. He was the dignified young clan leader of the evil goat clan. How dare a mere chiliarch like Mu Ka talk back to him? How outrageous. What a joke. Everyone knows that my lord's Mo River Pearl is a treasure of the southern border. It can gather spiritual chi from all directions. If it's really in my Tamu clan, it will naturally trigger a change in the spiritual chi. The Mo River Pearl isn't here at all. My lord just wants to find an excuse to enter the medicinal pond of my Tamu clan and collect the medicinal essence of the pond, right? Now that the clan leader of my Tamu clan isn't here, you want to take the opportunity to bully my clan. Am I right? Mu Ka said angrily. It was hard for this muscular man to actually understand Xian Yu Chun's true intention. Xian Yu Chun's excuse was really too lousy. Anyone could understand it. Of course, that was only for ordinary people. The cultivators of the Dabei clan were mostly stupid. Not everyone could understand Xian Yu Chun's true intention. What? The young clan leader of the evil goat clan actually has such an intention. He is coveting our 1,000-year medicinal essence. Some of the guards of the Tamu clan were astonished. I actually believe that he lost the Mo River Pearl. I even helped him look for it for half a day. Another Tamu clan member who had a low IQ said in shame. Lord Mu Ka, I found the Mo River Pearl. I found it in my old mother's sheep pen. A Tamu clan member who looked even more stupid ran over at this moment while holding a stone that was about the size of a goose egg. That's a stone. There's even sheep dung on it. It can't even shine. What a bullshit pearl. Why are my subordinates so stupid? Mu Ka felt a splitting headache. However, it wasn't a good time to reprimand his subordinate's stupidity. He could only argue with the young clan leader of the evil goat clan. Lord Xian Yu Chun, I have seen through your scheme. Mu Ka roared in anger. What? You actually saw through the brilliant scheme that I spent 10 days to come up with. Xian Yu Chun had an extremely shocked expression. It seemed like his intelligence wasn't that high. Actually, I had already received a report from my informant 3 days ago. He said that my lord would have such a plan. Otherwise, it would be hard to imagine that the loss of the pearl was just a pretense. This plan is indeed flawless, but it's a pity that God disposes. Your evil goat clan has a traitor. So Mu Ka wasn't that smart after all. What? There's a traitor in my clan who leaked my plan. Tell me, who is that traitor? Xian Yu Chun was furious. Do you think I'm stupid enough to tell you who the traitor is? I will never tell you that the traitor is your cousin, Xian Yu Zhu. Mu Ka didn't realize that he had let the cat out of the bag. Damn it. You actually didn't tell me. Wait, you said Xian Yu Zhu just now. It's him, right? Xian Yu Chun reacted. Mu Ka realized that he had let the cat out of the bag and was instantly shocked. He quickly changed his words. No, I was just talking nonsense. It's not Xian Yu Zhu. It's someone I don't know who told me. So it's not Xian Yu Zhu. It's someone you don't know who told you. Xian Yu Chun believed him. Then, if you have time, come to my clan and tell me who in our clan you don't know. I want to find the traitor that you don't know. Xian Yu Chun ordered stupidly. I refuse. I am the 1,000-men commander of the Tamu tribe. I refuse to listen to your orders. What? You dare to refuse my orders? You. Xian Yu Chun was furious. Just as he was about to explode, a shrewd evil goat tribe warrior secretly transmitted a message to remind him. Young tribe leader, don't forget our purpose of coming here. There's no need to waste time with Mu Ka, that's right. I actually forgot that we are here for the 1,000-year medicinal marrow. I forgot to transmit my voice and accidentally said it. The stupid Xian Yu Chun forgot to transmit his voice and said his true purpose. Instantly, the Tamu tribe warriors were enraged. What did they hear? They actually heard Xian Yu Chun admit that they were here for the 1,000-year medicinal marrow. What did the evil goat tribe warriors hear? Their young tribe leader actually wanted the 1,000-year medicinal marrow. Did they really think that their tribe leader was looking for the desert river pearl? They were all pigs. They were all pigs. You are really here for the 1,000-year medicinal marrow. Even if I, Mu Ka, die in battle today, I will not let you take away our tribe leader's medicinal marrow. Mu Ka and the group of Tamu tribe warriors all looked like they were ready to die. It was as if they were ready to die for the sake of protecting their tribe leader's medicinal marrow. Humph, as long as it is something that our young tribe leader wants, we will fight for it even if we have to die. Besides, we have Master Xiaoluan who is at the late stage of Duzhen. Let alone the fact that your tribe leader is not here, even if he is here, so what? We will directly snatch it by force and carry out a raid. We can easily obtain the 1,000-year medicinal marrow. The group of evil goat tribe warriors roared one after another. They looked like they were loyal enough to die for their young tribe leader. With their stupidity, their loyalty was naturally not fake. Xian Yu Chun secretly cursed his own stupidity in his heart. How could he forget that his tribe's strength was far stronger than the Tamu tribe? According to the tribe rules, tribes of the same continent were allowed to plunder each other. As long as they didn't kill anyone, they could plunder as they pleased. Plunder women and repairing resources were all allowed. Of course, married women were not allowed. This was the rigid rule of the great despicable tribe. I forgot. I am the dignified young tribe leader of the evil goat tribe. There is no need for me to spend 10 days to think of a peerless plan. I can just carry out a raid. In the name of the young tribe leader of the evil goat tribe, I will carry out a raid on your Tamu tribe. I will plunder all your resources, plunder all your unmarried women, plunder all your 1,000-year medicinal marrow, plunder all, who dares to plunder my Tamu tribe's things. This was the roar of rage from Tagli, who had just returned, soaring to the heavens. He was furious. No matter how weak his Tamu tribe was, they shouldn't be so weak that they could be bullied by others. Could it be that this Xian Yu Chun has forgotten that his Tamu tribe still has the corpse devil guards? If he uses them, even if the evil goat tribe sends out late true crossing realm experts, what can they do? They will only suffer heavy casualties and return without accomplishing anything, alright? I forgot. With this Xian Yu Chun's brain, I'm afraid he has completely forgotten about the corpse devil guards of the Tamu tribe. Tagli was speechless. He had forgotten the fact that there were very few intelligent people in the entire great despicable tribe. Speaking of which, why didn't Muka and the others send out the corpse devil guards to guard the tribe when they were outnumbered? I forgot. With the intelligence of Muka and the others, I'm afraid they have also forgotten about this. It's really a conflict between a group of fools. Tagli glanced at Ning Fan and the others with a hint of shame and descended outside the tribe. He clearly saw the strange expressions on their faces. Zhang Yu was the only one who seemed to be used to it, as if he was used to seeing the stupidity of the great despicable tribe. How embarrassing, this great despicable tribe is quite interesting. Ning Fan rubbed his chin and revealed a faint smile. The great despicable tribe is the descendants of the medicine slaves of that herb-gatherer saint. Their minds are incomplete and it's caused by a man-made disaster. There's an ancient saying that 9 out of 10 cultivators of the great despicable tribe are pure. This is a saying that existed in our era. In the previous era, not everyone knew about it. In the current era, I'm afraid you haven't heard about it at all. Zhang Yu transmitted his voice to Ning Fan. Didn't you say that you don't know much about the great despicable tribe? Ning Fan said angrily. Why does it seem like I know everything now? I'm referring to the fact that I don't know much about the cultivators in the upper echelons of the Great Despicable Tribe. The waters are very deep. Zhang Yu was a little worried. Then, he changed the topic and said, "You should just watch the show. I'm afraid this is your first time encountering such a conflict between fools since you started cultivating. The Great Despicable Tribe is really strange. Of course, not every member of the Great Despicable Tribe is like this. It's impossible for cultivators who can cultivate to the eternal ancient realm to be mentally handicapped." The others followed Tagli and descended one after another. The foolish guards from both sides only glanced at Ning Fan's group once and then ignored them. At this moment, both sides were in a dispute. They did not have the time to pay attention to Ning Fan's group at all. Even if they felt that Ning Fan's group's attire was strange, they did not have the time to ask. Today, the guards of the Tower Wood tribe and the guards of the Evil Goat tribe must compete against each other. So it's Patriarch Tagli who has returned. You've come at the right time. Hand over your 1,000 years medicinal essence. Xianyu Chun's eyes flashed with cold light. Even though he was a fool, his temperament was the most ruthless and merciless. Since he had decided to shed all pretenses of cordiality with the Tower Wood tribe, he would never show mercy. You want to snatch my medicinal essence? Don't even think about it. Humph. Tagli. Even though you are at the mid-true crossing realm, don't forget that we have a late true crossing realm cultivator here. If you know what's good for you, hand over the 1,000 years medicinal essence. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Xianyu Chun clapped his hands. Immediately, a fat cultivator wearing a monk's robe walked forward from behind him. Venerable Xiaoluan. Tagli's eyes narrowed. This person's cultivation base was at the late true crossing realm. In the grassland of the southern border, he was quite famous. Tagli, you are not a match for me. Our young master is a little weak, but our patriarch is not a fool. I know what you are thinking. Unfortunately, I'm afraid we can't use your corpse devil protector this time. Because my corpse devil protector has also been brought here. If you use it, we will also use it. Xiaoluan clasped his hands together. The entire ground suddenly trembled. Then, a crack suddenly appeared in the middle of the grassland and a trace of black qi floated out from it. An extremely strong thought-fragmenting qi force immediately spread out from it. Is this, the dead cultivator that I've seen in the forbidden area of the divine city? Old Wu's eyes narrowed slightly and fell into deep thought. This is, a corpse devil that was killed by the medicine. A ray of green light flashed across Ning Fan's eyes. He saw the corrosive medicinal qi in the bodies of the corpse devils. There's no mistaking it. All of them were killed by the medicine and turned into corpse devils. It was a corpse devil that was exactly the same as the dead cultivators in the forbidden area of the divine city. Its 4 limbs were bound by chains and its body was surrounded by monstrous resentment. Countless exclamations resounded in the surroundings. No one had expected that Venerable Xiaoluan would actually bring the corpse devil protector of the evil goat tribe here. It was an early thought-fragmenting corpse devil. Once the corpse devil makes its move, blood would certainly be seen and there would be countless casualties. Xiaoluan. Why didn't I know that you brought out the corpse devil protector? Xianyu Chun felt a burst of anger. This is the order of the clan leader. Xiaoluan felt helpless. If he told the young clan leader everything, wouldn't everything be leaked? Forget it. Since it's my father's order, I'll let it go. But remember, there won't be a next time. Xianyu Chun said coldly. Yes. Xiaoluan's back was drenched in cold sweat. Although Xianyu Chun was stupid, he was one of the best in the entire southern border in terms of ruthlessness. His aptitude for cultivation was also top-notch. This was also the reason why his father valued him and made him the young clan leader of the evil goat tribe even though he was stupid. After calming himself down, Xiaoluan threatened Tagri. Today's matter naturally doesn't need to use the corpse devils of both sides. Does clan leader Ta agree to this? That's right. This time, there really isn't a need to use the corpse devils. Tagri snorted coldly and turned his body slightly, revealing Ning Fan and the others behind him. They are. Master Xiaoluan's eyes narrowed. Just by looking at the clothes of Ning Fan and the others, he knew that they were cultivators from other clans. Since these people were brought here by Tagri, it was obvious that Tagri had decided to be the guarantor and recruit these people to temporarily join the Towerwood tribe. The extreme pill sacred region that only opens once every 10,000 years. Are these people the cultivators of the eastern heaven from the outside world mentioned in the legends? Since they were valued by Tagri, they shouldn't be too weak. Besides, they had yet to go through the 6 punishments. They must still have their original cultivation base. I must not be careless. Are you the leader of these people? Master Xiaoluan asked old Wu Ba. Even though old Wu Ba was a little ugly, he looked the most evil. Thus, he naturally gave people a strong feeling. On the other hand, Ning Fan looked too gentle and refined. Zhang Yu and Ouyang Muan were both women. Thus, they were naturally ignored by Master Xiaoluan. Me? I'm just a little loyal servant. This is the master. Your eyesight is a little bad, Junior. Old Wu Ba let out a cold snort. He took half a step back and stood behind Ning Fan. Then, he looked at Ning Fan respectfully with a flattering look. Master Xiaoluan frowned. A mere cultivator from the outside world actually dared to call him Junior. Then, he looked at Ning Fan doubtfully. This young man is so weak. How could he be the leader of this group of people? Unfortunately, his cultivation base was too low. He was only at the late true crossing realm. If Ning Fan and old Wu Ba deliberately concealed their strength, they naturally would not be able to see through his shocking cultivation base. Ning Fan, on the other hand, could see that Tagri wanted to use their prestige to intimidate the cultivators of the evil goat tribe. Thus, he could achieve his goal of defeating them without any bloodshed. Currently, both parties were in a cooperative relationship. If he only wanted to borrow their prestige, he did not mind helping them. Release your aura force. You don't have to restrain it. Don't hurt anyone either. Ning Fan gave Tagri a deep look and gave an order to old Wu Ba. Old Wu Ba's body immediately trembled. He was the most loyal servant in the world. He would definitely carry out his master's orders faithfully. As soon as the aura force dispersed, an earth-shaking aura force swept across the entire grassland like a violent gale. The entire grassland of the Southern Territory was shocked. It was because they could feel an ancient aura force coming from the direction of the Towerwood tribe. 10,000 ancient immortal venerables. Master Xiaoluan's mouth and tongue trembled. He was standing too close to old Wu Ba. Facing the aura force of old Wu Ba directly was like an ant being pressed by Mount Tai. His entire body was in pain and he found it hard to move an inch. It was unimaginable. Unimaginable. This time, the Towerwood tribe had actually recruited an immortal venerable cultivator from the outside world. If that was the case, not to mention the tribal grand competition, they would definitely return empty-handed in this battle for the medicine essence. This matter is over. My evil goat tribe was reckless. Master Xiaoluan gritted his teeth. He knew that the situation was not good. At this moment, all he wanted to do was to escape. Tagri let out a cold snort. Inwardly, however, he heaved a sigh of relief. Master Xiaoluan was willing to give up. This matter couldn't be more appropriate. Ning Fan also did not pursue and attack the evil goat tribe. After all, he was just an outsider. It was their own business how the local tribes fought against each other. However, if he goes too far, it would easily cause the local tribes to suppress him. He wanted to befriend the Towerwood tribe but he could not offend the other tribes too much. This was not his style. However, for the sake of his master, Ancient Chaos, he had to do this even if he was unwilling. No matter how stupid the cultivators of the evil goat tribe were, they knew that it was impossible for them to win against an ancient immortal venerables. Now, all of them just wanted to leave this place. However, Xianyu Chun was unwilling to do so. His face was filled with uncertainty. He strode forward and pointed at Ning Fan with a trembling finger. He seemed to be extremely agitated. Why you? He was so agitated that he could not speak a word. Is he extremely angry? Why is he so agitated? Master Xiaoluan cursed inwardly. His young clan leader is too stupid. If he insists on provoking Ning Fan. It's not right. It's not right. Even if Ning Fan is just an outsider and his cultivation base is unknown, no matter how weak he is, as long as he has an immortal venerables as his servant, he is definitely not an existence that the evil goat tribe can afford to offend. Young clan leader, we can't offend this person. Get lost. Get lost. Get lost. Of course, I know that this person can't be offended. Domineering. He's too domineering. Isn't this the reason why I, the young clan leader, have lived my entire life for such an awe-inspiring manner? With just a single word, an immortal venerable servant appeared, shocking everyone and causing the weather to change. It's too domineering. I've decided. Plop. Xianyu Chun knelt in front of Ning Fan. I want to acknowledge you as my master. I want to be like you. I want to live a glorious life. The evil goat tribe is too small. The grassland of the southern border is too small. I want to be like you and be domineering. Ning Fan was stunned. Did someone just acknowledge him as their master? By a peerless idiot? Chapter 1000. Accepting a disciple. Ning Fan's face revealed a strange expression. He really disliked accepting disciples. When he first stepped onto the path of cultivation, he took in 2 disciples in the field of Pil Dao. One of them was called Xueqing, and the other was called Yanggu. They were both cultivators of the rain world. He had once taught the way of the sword to a child named Little Shirtu. When Big Dipper was seeking the Tao, he had spent many years with a youth named Ran Li and passed on some of his insights to him. He had even given devil chi to 2 young girls from the devil race who had excellent aptitudes. However, in his entire life, he had never accepted a true disciple to inherit his Tao teachings. He didn't want to accept disciples. In the past, it was because the yin-yang transformation orthodoxy was too evil, and the Tao of techniques couldn't be easily passed down. Now, there were even more reasons why he didn't want to accept disciples. He himself hadn't even thoroughly learned the chaotic ancient orthodoxy, so how could he have the qualifications to accept a disciple? The higher his cultivation base was, the more he felt that the Tao inheritance of the ancient chaos great emperor was broad and profound. To be able to fuse all the incompatible things in the world together. The concept behind this cultivation technique was truly terrifying. The divine, demon, devil, tribulation spirits, and other different bloodlines existed together because of the ancient chaos orthodoxy. The Black Star art, the Phoenix clan's Nirvana art, and the Undying bloodline were forcefully fused together because of the ancient chaos orthodoxy. The Great Tao was vast and boundless. The higher one's cultivation was, the more insignificant they would feel. Ning Fan's current mentality coincided with the words on the sacred steel of the Great Humble Clan. Furthermore, didn't one need to look at the other party's character, cultivation, and aptitude when accepting a disciple? Wanting to acknowledge him as his master as soon as they met seemed a little rash. Thinking of this, Ning Fan said with an expressionless face. I don't plan to accept a disciple in the near future. You should look for someone better. Xianyu Chun was stunned, and he stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Did I reject him too directly and hurt this young man? Ning Fan thought to himself. 10 breaths passed. 20 breaths passed. 30 breaths passed. Xian Yu Chun suddenly asked blankly. Well, senior, may I ask what you mean by, find someone better than me? I'm stupid and don't know much, so I don't understand. It means to look for another great teacher. Ning Fan smiled and explained. Ah. You don't want to be my master. I can give you many, many cows, sheep, gold, and many, many women. I really want to take you as my master. Xian Yu Chun gestured with his hands, meaning that he could give you many, many things. Cattle, sheep, gold and silver, are these useful to cultivators? As a matter of fact, he had already used his spirit sense to scan through the Tower Wood tribe just now. Many of the cultivators of the Tower Wood tribe loved raising cattle and sheep. They would even use the gold and silver coins of the mortal world in their transactions. He was not a cultivator of the despicable tribe. He had no interest in cattle, sheep, gold and silver. As for women, he wasn't interested in low-grade cauldrons, and Xian Yu Chun wasn't able to give him a high-grade cauldron. Thus, he naturally wouldn't be tempted. I'm sorry. I think it's better for you to look for someone better. Ning Fan shook his head and led Ouyang Nuan and the others into the Tamu tribe. Xian Yu Chun, on the other hand, was dragged away by the cultivators of the evil goat tribe after feeling vexed and disappointed. Just like that, a storm was calmed down because of the arrival of Ning Fan and the others. In order to guarantee Ning Fan and the others' entry into the Tower Wood tribe, they needed to report to the Middle State. Thus, after Tagri thanked Ning Fan and the others for their help, he hurriedly contacted the tribes in the Middle State. He only sent Chiliarch Muka to bring Ning Fan and the others to settle down in the Tower Wood tribe. The people of the Tower Wood tribe were also very xenophobic. However, after hearing that Ning Fan and the others had agreed to join the Tower Wood tribe, all of them became warm and hospitable. Chiliarch Muka even took out the wine that he had kept in a cellar for many years and brought a group of his fallen armor guards to invite Ning Fan to eat and drink. The wine was ordinary wine while the meat was the cattle and sheep that the Tower Wood tribe reared. Old Wu and Zhang Yu had already abstained from eating for many years. Thus, they were naturally too lazy to eat the wine and meat of the mortal world. Thus, they declined the invitation of the Tower Wood tribe. Ouyang Nuan also politely declined the invitation of the Tower Wood tribe. She did not want to drink and eat meat with a burly man who obviously had a low IQ. Ning Fan was the only one who accepted the invitation of the Tower Wood tribe. Even though he had an important mission to carry out on this trip, the information he obtained about the inner area was too little. He knew nothing about the location of the 9 civet sacrificial vessel. Thus, he naturally had the intention to gather some information from the Tower Wood tribe. The inner area was very strange. After entering this place, he still could not display his heaven-peering rain technique too far. It was as if it was being restricted by a tremendous force. Similarly, the treasure-searching compass was also being restricted. It was as if someone was deliberately interfering with it, causing Ning Fan to be unable to accurately sense the location of the sacrificial vessel. The person who interfered with it was at least an immortal Emperor Realm cultivator or even higher. If that was not the case, it was certainly impossible for him to restrict his heaven-peering rain technique and treasure-searching compass to such an extent. The people of the Tower Wood tribe were very friendly and honest. Most of them knew that Ning Fan's cultivation base was extremely high, but they did not have much respect for him. Instead, they just treated him as a friend who came from afar. Most of the people of the Tower Wood tribe were stupid. Thus, Ning Fan could get a lot of information from them without using any special methods. Mu Ka, the Chiliarch, had the highest cultivation base among them. His cultivation base was already at the peak Ghost Profound Realm. Therefore, he was also the person who knew the most secrets in the entire tribe other than the clan leader. While burping, he placed his hand on Ning Fan's shoulder and told him the things that Ning Fan wanted to hear without showing any respect. There were tens of thousands of continents in the inner area of the holy region. Among them, only 108 continents were suitable for living, and the cultivators of the desolate continent lived there. As for the rest of the continents, they were called, Grade 10 Ominous Domains, by the people of the desolate continent. There were many ferocious creatures living in the ominous domains. There were the remains of ancient corpse devils, the relics of saints, ancient opportunities and also the cultivators of the desolate continent who had rebelled and fled to the outer region to hide. According to the degree of danger, the place was divided into 10 grades. The higher the grade, the more dangerous it would be. The outer region is very dangerous. I heard that in the past 1,000 years, there was a great emperor of the Middle Province who entered the most terrifying Grade 10 ominous domain when he was searching for medicine in the outer region. As a result, he was severely injured. I heard that he was injured by a few immortal Emperor Realm Corpse Devils. TSK, those are immortal Emperor Realm Corpse Devils. I can't believe he actually encountered a few of them at the same time. Mu Ka's words made Ning Fan secretly shocked. When he saw the cultivators of the desolate continent living leisurely on the grassland, he initially thought that the inner area was not as dangerous as he imagined. However, he did not expect that the real danger was in the ominous domain where there were no people of the desolate continent. Even immortal emperors have to tread carefully in the Grade 10 ominous domain. I wonder if the sacrificial artifact of Jiu Li is in the hands of the desolate continent or is it in the vast ominous domain. Sacrificial artifact. I didn't know that there are high-grade magic treasures like sacrificial artifacts in the grassland. However, people can occasionally find some ancient sacrificial artifacts in the ominous domain. Sure enough, there's a great possibility that it's in the ominous domain. Ning Fan thought to himself. The great tribal competition that is held once every 1,000 years is about to begin again. I hope that I won't be at the bottom this time. Sigh. If I can win the first place in the minor competition of the southern border and get a good ranking in the Middle Province Grand Competition, I will be rewarded by the 5 emperors of the Middle Province. With me around, you probably won't be at the bottom, right? Ning Fan thought to himself. The spiritual herbs on the grassland have to pay tribute to the 5 emperors of the Middle Province once every 100 years. If you want to find precious spiritual herbs, you can only go to the ominous domain. The world there is vast and you can find all kinds of herbs there. By the way, foreign cultivators like you will most likely have to enter the ominous domain if you want to make 3 contributions. However, you only need to enter the first to the 3rd grade ominous domain at most and it will be enough to complete the mission. It won't be too dangerous, I will go to the ominous domain sooner or later. Ning Fan thought to himself. Not everyone can enter the ominous domain as they please. All the ominous domains above the 7th grade have their own seals. If you want to enter, you must obtain a passage token from the 5 emperors of the Middle Province. There's such a restriction. Ning Fan was slightly surprised. After drinking to their heart's content, the simple and honest Tamu people left one after another. Ning Fan, on the other hand, returned to his own tent. Ouyang Nguyen and the others were already waiting for him inside the tent. We have already joined the Tamu clan. What should we do next? The physical body that I'm looking for is located in the 10th grade ominous domain. The passage token to enter the 10th grade ominous domain is in the hands of the 5 emperors of the Middle Province. That is a seal set up by the saints. Without the token, we won't be able to enter at all with our current cultivation base. If I'm at my peak, I can go and fight with the 5 emperors of the Middle Province and forcefully ask for a key. However, I can't do that now. Zhang Yu felt a little helpless. She was no longer at her peak. She could no longer act as insolently as she used to in the Dabian clan. This is indeed troublesome. However, I heard that the grand competition that is held once every 1,000 years in the Dabian clan is just around the corner. If we can get a good ranking in the grand competition of the Middle Province, we will be rewarded by the 5 emperors of the Middle Province. I wonder if we can use this to get a passage token. The minor competition in the grassland of the Southern Territory will be held 1 month later. The grand competition of the Middle Province will be held 3 months later. We can still make it in time. Ning Fan muttered to himself. There were too many uncertainties in this trip to search for the sacrificial artifact of the 9 raccoon. He was not sure if he could find the sacrificial artifact and make it mature. In the next few days, Ning Fan and the others were asked to stay in the Tamu clan. They were not allowed to go out at will. According to Tagri, there would be specialized people coming from the Middle Province later to execute the 6 punishments on Ning Fan and the others to suppress their cultivation bases. After that, Ning Fan and the others could only move freely in the inner area. During the few days of waiting, Ning Fan had nothing to do. Thus, he observed the lives of the Tamu people. The people of the Tamu clan liked to rear cattle and sheep. They liked to trade with gold and silver. To cultivators, be it cattle or sheep, gold or silver, they were all useless things. However, the people of the Tamu clan liked these things. Ning Fan found their behavior a little incomprehensible. Almost all of the people of the Tamu clan were pill refinement masters. Moreover, Ning Fan had even seen a 6-year-old child in the Tamu clan whose medicine soul power had already reached the 4th revolution. A 6-year-old 4th revolution pill refinement master. If he is in the outside world, he would certainly be praised as a pill refinement genius that only appears once in 10 million years. However, in the Tamu clan, it seemed to be a common sight. The people of the Tamu clan were born with medicine souls. Among the 30,000 people in the Tamu clan, there were more than 100 of them who had attained the 7th revolution and more than 10 of them had attained the 8th revolution. As a result, Ning Fan's mid-grade 7th revolution pill refinement technique did not seem outstanding in this place. On the other hand, after Ouyang Nguyen displayed the chi of her 9th revolution medicine soul in front of the people of the Tamu clan, she was instantly worshipped as a deity by countless people of the Tamu clan. The people of the Tamu clan did not believe in the strong but they believed in pill refinement grandmasters. Even Mu Ka and the other boorish fellows would put on a respectful look when they met Ouyang Nguyen. They did not show any arrogance like they did when they were interacting with Ning Fan. The people of the Tamu clan are actually so respectful to the mistress. Even I don't get such treatment even though I'm an immortal revered in the ancient times. Old Wu felt a little upset. This is probably the custom of the Tamu clan. Ning Fan also realized that the people of the Tamu clan loved Buddha. Almost all of them had a medicine Buddha shrine in their homes. Some friendly people of the Tamu clan even wanted to give Ning Fan a statue of the medicine Buddha. It was the kindness of the people of the Tamu clan. Of course, Ning Fan would not refuse them in person. However, he did not worship the medicine Buddha behind their backs. Buddha and devil could not coexist. He could not hate Buddha but he would not believe in Buddha. He could not learn the Buddha's submissive attitude. This was the difference between their Taos. It was something that could not be changed. The people of the Tamu clan were indeed not smart. According to Zhang Yu, the ancestors of the people of the Tamu clan had become the medicine slave of some herb-gatherer saint which caused their descendants to be mentally deficient. Old Wu looked down on the people of the Tamu clan the most. He randomly picked up a piece of mud and lied to the people of the Tamu clan that it was divine mud. As a result, it caused the people of the Tamu clan to fight over it crazily. A piece of mud could be sold for 200 pieces of medicine soul stones. Other than the clan leader Tagli, almost no one in the entire Tamu clan knew that Old Wu was lying. From this, it could be seen how low his intelligence was. Even though the people of the Dali clan loved to use gold and silver as their currency, most of them would collect medicine soul stones to cultivate and set up formations in their abodes. The usage of medicine soul stones was roughly the same as the immortal jade and Tao crystals in the cultivation world. This also provided Old Wu with endless possibilities to deceive others. He began to sell mud, stones, wool, withered grass. Anything that he randomly picked up from the ground could be sold to the people of the Tamu clan in exchange for medicine soul stones. In just a few days, Old Wu had earned 10,000 medicine soul stones. In this way, the time that Ning Fan and the others could stay in the sacred region could be extended. It's not good to deceive others like this. When Old Wu presented the medicine soul stones to Ning Fan as if he was presenting a treasure, Ning Fan frowned slightly. He was not a good person. He had committed all kinds of crimes such as murder, arson, deception and so on. However, it was somewhat inappropriate for him to deceive a group of people who had lost their minds, especially when these people of the Ta Mu clan were extremely friendly to him and treated him as a friend. If they are his enemies, it would not matter. Master, you are just too soft-hearted. These people of the Ta Mu clan are all fools. They are born to be deceived. Even if I don't deceive them, there will be others who will. Old Wu curled his lips. Why are you pretending to be a good person, evil star? When you are bad, you are much worse than me, little Wu Ba. The evil water in your stomach. TSK. Return the medicine soul stones that you have deceived them. But the cultivators of the despicable clan are different from us. They have lived here for generations and have already adapted to the medicinal qi of this place. They can survive without the medicine soul stones. Unlike us. Instead of giving these medicine soul stones to them, why don't you give them to us? Old Wu was a little reluctant. He had spent a lot of effort to deceive them. How much mud had he wasted? Then, give them something that is equivalent to the value of these medicine soul stones. Consider it an equivalent exchange. In this way, we can exchange them for enough medicine soul stones and make the best use of them. Ning Fan ignored Old Wu's protest and gave a forceful order. All right. You have the final say. Who wants you to be the master? Anyway, I have a lot of junk in my storage pouch. Just take out some true immortal realm magic treasures and they will be priceless treasures to these people. Exchanging them for their medicine soul stones is not considered a loss to them. Facing Ning Fan's forceful order, Old Wu could only compromise. Sigh. After all, he was the most loyal servant in the world. As such, Old Wu collected more than 200,000 medicine soul stones for Ning Fan using the barter method. The Towerwood tribe was not a wealthy tribe. If it were those tribes that were rich, it would be normal for them to exchange for 1 million medicine soul stones. Other than Old Wu, there was another person who offered Ning Fan 200,000 medicine soul stones. The person who offered was the young clan leader of the evil goat tribe, Xian Yu Chun. May Master be blessed. Master, you must be tired. Quickly sit here. Someone, bring me some milk tea. Master, let me massage your legs. Master, I heard that you are collecting medicine soul stones. Consider this as a token of my respect. Ning Fan felt helpless. He had clearly rejected Xian Yu Chun's request to be his disciple. Yet, this fellow still came to him every day to meditate, acting like a filial son. I've said that I won't accept any disciples. Even if you insist on it, the result will still be the same. Ning Fan said with a frown. It's all right. I believe that I can definitely move you with my sincerity. Besides, I have contacts in the middle state. I can get the information that Master wants. Xian Yu Chun was not completely stupid. At least, he knew what Ning Fan wanted. Information. What kind of information can you get? Ning Fan's eyes narrowed slightly and asked. That depends on what Master wants to know. If it's information that is too obscure, I won't be able to get it. After all, even though Master Sayi is known to know everything under the heavens and the earth, it's extremely expensive to get some information from him. Xian Yu Chun said helplessly. Master Sayi, Ning Fan murmured this name. He had heard about this person from Mukha and the other Ta Mu cultivators. It was said that he was a powerful being in the great humble tribe who lived in the middle state. He was extremely good at divination. His cultivation base had yet to enter the eternal era, but he knew many secrets of the great humble tribe that even the 5 emperors of the middle state did not know about. He also had an incomparably deep understanding of the 10th grade ominous region, if I really can't find Jiu Li's sacrificial vessel, I wonder if it's necessary to ask this person. If it's just for information, there's really no need for me to accept another disciple. Ning Fan still shook his head and rejected Xianyu Chun's request to be his disciple. This gave Xianyu Chun a huge blow. When he arrived the next day, he eagerly came to ask Ning Fan to be his disciple again. He did have an indomitable personality even though his intelligence was slightly low. The news that the Tamu tribe had an eternal era immortal venerate external cultivator quickly spread across the entire grassland of the southern border. Many people guessed that the Tamu tribe would not be at the bottom this time at the very least. However, there were also some tribes that had bad relations with the Tamu tribe who still firmly believed that their fate of being at the bottom would not change. It was because on this day, a stooped old man with an exceptionally gloomy expression came to the Tamu tribe. He was a great emperor who had experienced the 6 tribulations in the ancient times. He was one of the 5 emperors of the Middle State. As soon as he arrived, all the cultivators of the Tamu tribe knelt down to welcome him with incomparable respect. I, the cultivator of the Tamu tribe, greet Great Emperor Lu Tuo. One of the 5 emperors of the Middle State, Great Emperor Lu Tuo. Rumor has it that he had the deepest prejudice against the cultivators of the outer world. Moreover, he was a great emperor of the Tamu tribe who had lived since the ancient times until now. Great Emperor Lu Tuo's innate talent was originally extremely high. However, he was once injured by a female emperor who trespassed into the Tamu tribe. Her actions damaged his foundation. As a result, he was still unable to break through the bottleneck of the 7th tribulation and his cultivation base had always been stuck at the 6th tribulation realm. Because of this, no matter how many times the 5 emperors of the Middle State were replaced, he would always be one of them. Because his foundation had been destroyed, he was required to handle the mundane affairs of the tribe. Thus, he could not resign from his position and enter his residence to cultivate. His entire life was completely destroyed in the hands of a foreign female emperor. It was imaginable how much he hated foreign cultivators. I didn't expect that the punishment of these foreign cultivators would actually be carried out by Great Emperor Lu Tuo, who hates foreign cultivators the most. In this way, these people will at least be severely injured. If they dare to resist, they might even be directly killed by Great Emperor Lu Tuo. Some of the cultivators of the southern border who were observing the Tamu tribe from afar were secretly gloating. It seemed like the Tamu tribe was going to be at the bottom again. At this moment, Tajiri simply didn't dare to voice his anger. He knew it. He knew it. He had painstakingly looked for external help this time. He wanted to fight for the Tamu tribe in the grand competition, but he was still restricted by the higher-ups. They could only blame the fact that there was once a traitor in the Pagoda Wood tribe. This person was extremely daring and killed the disciples of great monarch Lu Tuo. In the end, not only was he sentenced to death, even the Pagoda Wood tribe was implicated by him and was secretly suppressed by great monarch Lu Tuo. The Tamu tribe had been at the bottom of the southern border for a whole 12,000 years. It wasn't that the Tamu tribe didn't have any outstanding clansmen in the 12 grand competitions. It wasn't that they didn't borrow powerful magical treasures, but, those outstanding clansmen would usually be severely injured before the grand competitions. Those magical treasures that they had painstakingly borrowed would also be secretly destroyed by others. There were some things that Great Emperor Lu Tuo didn't even need to do anything. Countless people were willing to bully and humiliate the Tamu tribe in order to please Great Emperor Lu Tuo. Regarding this, the Tamu tribe and Tajiri could only endure it. For example, the evil goat tribe had spread the news that they wanted to surpass the Tamu tribe by 3,000 points in the grand competition and wanted to snatch the Tamu tribe's medicine essence. They also had the intention of pleasing Great Emperor Lu Tuo. However, they didn't expect that when the Tamu tribe finally got a strong reinforcement, Great Emperor Lu Tuo would personally carry out the 6 punishments. Was he going to personally suppress the foreign cultivators? Chun, I heard that you've been very close to that external cultivator of the Tamu tribe recently. You even want to worship him as your master. On the grassland far away, the clan chief of the evil goat tribe looked at Xian Yuchun with disappointment. He knew that his son was stupid, but he firmly believed that his son still had the most basic sense of propriety. As long as there was someone to guide him, he wouldn't make any big mistakes. However, he didn't expect his son to be so stupid. Why did he go against the Tamu tribe? Wasn't it just to please great Emperor Lu Tuo? His stupid son went to befriend the external cultivator of great Emperor Lu Tuo and even wanted to worship him as his master. If great Emperor Lu Tuo pursued this matter, how could the evil goat tribe have a good life? For the first time in his life, the clan chief of the evil goat tribe had the thought to abolish his son's position as the young clan chief. Even if this son was pure and filial, even if this son had outstanding aptitude, even if this son was the son of the woman he loved the most, that's right. I want to worship that person as my master. I want to be like him. I want to know everything under the heavens, to be able to summon the wind and summon the rain. Xian Yuchun obviously didn't notice the disappointment in his father's eyes. He was still in high spirits. After so many years, he finally met someone he wanted to worship as his master. It really wasn't easy. Silly child, I know that you despise the southern border because it is too small. You want to worship a famous teacher and ascend to a bigger stage. I have also been looking for a famous teacher for you. I even wanted to help you become a disciple of that great Emperor Lu Tuo. Otherwise, why do you think I would go against the Tamu tribe? I just wanted to help you have a better future. Why did you make a mistake? You befriended the external cultivator of the Tamu tribe. Isn't that making great Emperor Lu Tuo despise you? Our evil goat tribe is only a second-rate tribe in the entire Great Bay. The hope of becoming a disciple of Lu Tuo is already very slim. Yet, you still sigh. The clan chief of the evil goat tribe sighed again. From today onwards, you are not allowed to have any contact with that external cultivator. This matter doesn't only concern your future. It also concerns the fate of our evil goat tribe. You must remember this. But Xian Yuchun clenched his teeth. No buts. Believe me. Once great Emperor Lu Tuo comes, even if that external cultivator doesn't die, he will be half crippled. There are some things you don't know. That great Emperor Lu Tuo's hatred for external cultivators is far beyond your imagination. This time, the 6 punishments are definitely not a small matter. Xian Yuchun was inwardly shocked. Judging from his father's tone, could it be that his master, whom he had taken a fancy to, would be assassinated by great Emperor Lu Tuo? Would an expert like great Emperor Lu Tuo do such a thing? Are all of you the external cultivators who intend to join the Tamu tribe? Great Emperor Lu Tuo's eyes were like cold lightning. He scanned across Ning Fan and the others with undisguised hostility. When his gaze landed on Zhongyu, he suddenly paused and frowned. You! Take off your veil. As soon as great Emperor Lu Tuo's voice fell, Zhongyu immediately became nervous. His nervousness was also transmitted to Ning Fan, who was in the mother relic through the child relic. Have you offended him before? Ning Fan's heart sank. I've beaten him half to death. Is that considered as offending him? Zhongyu wanted to cry but had no tears. In the past, she had always barged into the Great Bay by force. This was the only time she wanted to abide by the law. Why did she encounter Lu Tuo? Why is this old thing still alive? Didn't you hear what I just said? Great Emperor Lu Tuo's voice turned cold. A wave of monstrous aura force immediately pressed down on Zhongyu. The grassland of the Tamu tribe suddenly shook as if there was an earthquake. Countless cattle and sheep prostrated themselves in fear. The sky seemed to have been struck by a grey lightning. Then, it split open from the middle, producing rumbling sounds of thunder. Emperor's Wrath Lightning Welcome. Many cultivators of the Great Bay tribe exclaimed inwardly. This was a strange phenomenon that could only be triggered by an immortal Emperor realm cultivator in the grassland of the Great Bay tribe. That immense aura force pressed down like tidal waves, causing Zhang Yu's already weakened body to break apart bit by bit as if she was about to be directly crushed by that aura force. She gritted her teeth in anger. If it was in the past, why would she be afraid of a mere Lu Tuo? Even if all 5 emperors of the Middle State came together, she would not be afraid. Why would she be bullied to this extent? However, the current her only felt weak and powerless when she faced Lu Tuo again, unless she was willing to risk her life and regain her cultivation level within a short period of time to fight against that Lu Tuo. What a joke. I, Zhang Yu, will not risk my life for such a reason. I don't want Lu Tuo to see my face. I don't want to die here, it seems like I have to run away now. Just when she was so convinced, Ning Fan turned his body slightly to the side and shielded her behind him. His shoulders were not considered broad, but it gave Zhang Yu a sense of tranquility that could block all storms for the first time in her life. As the great emperor of the Middle State, don't you think it's too rude for you to look at my human cauldron's face? Hiss, countless cultivators of the Great Bay tribe immediately sucked in a cold breath. No matter how many fools there are, they all know how much courage it takes to rebuke an immortal emperor for being rude. Is this foreign cultivator crazy? Even if he is an immortal venerate of the past 10,000 years, he is not qualified to rebuke an immortal emperor, right? How dare he say that great Emperor Lu Tuo is rude? Do you have the qualifications for me to treat you politely? Lu Tuo's eyes were immediately attracted by Ning Fan. His aura force immediately pressed down on Ning Fan. Ning Fan's expression was solemn, but he did not panic. He used his golden footwork technique and took 9 steps in a row. The Emperor's aura force that felt like the collapse of the heavens was actually transferred to his feet. This man actually withstood Great Emperor Lu Tuo's aura force head-on with his immortal venerate cultivation base. Innumerable experts of the Great Bay tribe who were paying close attention to this place were secretly surprised. The Towerwood tribe seemed to have found a strong ally this time. Even if this person is in the eastern heaven of the outside world, he would definitely be a heaven-defying existence. This man's footwork technique, Great Emperor Lu Tuo's frown deepened. Even though he felt a sense of familiarity from Zhang Yu's body, Zhang Yu had deliberately concealed it. Moreover, it had been a long time since then. Thus, he could not recognize that she was the all-powerful immortal concubine Zhang Yu on the spot. At most, he just felt that this lady was a little unpleasant. Actually, it would be useless even if she takes off her veil. In the past, when he was being taught a lesson by Zhang Yu, he was beaten half to death before he could even see Zhang Yu's face clearly. Today, with Ning Fan supporting Zhang Yu, Great Emperor Lu Tuo's face had been severely humiliated. Thus, his disgust was naturally directed towards Ning Fan. As for Zhang Yu, Lu Tuo ignored him. I heard that the members of the Great Bay tribe are boorish, but they are also well-mannered. Even when the members of the tribe are being pillaged, they will never lay their hands on a married woman. Since she is my human cauldron, she can be considered as my wife. It is indeed inappropriate for the sovereign emperor to want to see her face. Ning Fan withstood the emperor's aura force, but he did not act arrogantly. Instead, he said calmly. Great Emperor Lu Tuo's frown deepened and he let out a cold snort in a strange tone. Forget it. It's not important whether I want to see her face or not. Today, I have come to carry out the 6 punishments. You 4 cultivators and 2 beasts have a total of 36 punishments. Since you have contradicted me, this punishment will be doubled. There will be a total of 72 punishments. Now, there are only 2 paths in front of you. One is to obediently accept your punishment. The second is to barge into the Great Bay tribe and fight me. Countless cultivators of the Great Bay tribe secretly inhaled. The hearts of Ning Fan and the others also turned gloomy. According to the rules of the Great Bay tribe, any outsider who enters the tribe must receive 6 punishments to restrict their cultivation base. Pets were not included in the punishment. However, this great Emperor Lu Tuo not only included his pets but also doubled the number of punishments. This was a blatant act against Ning Fan and the others. He was going against the Towerwood tribe. He did not hide it at all. He could either compromise or fight. Little thief. What should I do? Zhang Yu felt a little guilty. If it wasn't for her, Ning Fan would not have gone to block the Emperor's aura force and humiliated Great Emperor Lu Tuo. Naturally, he would not give Lu Tuo an excuse to double the punishment. Even though she also understood that Lu Tuo would also pick a fight even without this excuse, she still felt a little guilty. According to Zhang Yu's understanding of the Great Bay tribe, the first punishment could seal the cultivation base of the true enlightenment realm. The third punishment could seal the cultivation base of the shedding void realm. The sixth punishment could seal the cultivation base of the broken thought realm, while the 12th punishment could seal the cultivation base of the ancient immortal venerables. Zhang Yu secretly calculated in her mind. For example, if someone like Elder Wu receives the sixth punishment, their cultivation base would be sealed all the way until they reach the shedding void realm. If they receive the 12th punishment, they might not even be able to display a trace of their cultivation base. It was the same for Ning Fan. The 12th punishment was the limit of ordinary immortal venerables. Perhaps they could receive one or two more punishments, but the difference would not be too great. If the punishment exceeds their cultivation base, their lives might even be in danger. If the 72 punishments are distributed among the 4 humans and the 2 beasts, it would be impossible to distribute them all. Unless she risked her life to release her cultivation base and bear the punishment. Perhaps, she would be able to receive all 72 punishments by herself. What a joke. She did not want to die for the sake of being punished. Do I really have to barge into the Great Bay tribe? This is definitely the worst outcome. If Jiu Li's sacrificial vessel is in the high-grade ominous region, what should I do? How am I going to obtain the passage token and enter the high-grade ominous region to search for it if I fall out with the Great Bay tribe? Or perhaps the sacrificial vessel is not in the ominous region but in the hands of the Great Emperor of the Great Bay tribe. Do I really have to become enemies with the Great Bay tribe before I even get to the bottom of the situation? How am I going to carry out the search after that? Ning Fan knitted his brows tightly. It was not that he did not dare to barge into the Great Bay tribe. It was just that many things would be difficult if he did that. Since it was related to the ancient chaos realm, he had no choice but to be cautious. However, it did not mean that he would compromise without any principles. If Lu Tuo's intention is to expel the foreign cultivators, he would still be expelled even if he has to endure the 72 punishments. Just when Ning Fan was about to fall out with the Great Bay tribe, another voice that carried the aura of an immortal emperor came from afar with a cold snort. Lu Tuo, oh, Lu Tuo. Since you are so concerned about the foreign cultivators, I can ignore it. However, what if the other party has a medicine soul with 5 colors? It was a skinny old man who was riding a bone bird. He hurriedly rushed towards them. Immediately, many Tamu people in the surroundings called out his identity. Great Emperor Guling. He was one of the 5 emperors of the Middle State. He had never been on good terms with Great Emperor Lu Tuo. As soon as Lu Tuo saw Guling, his expression immediately turned unpleasant. However, Guling's words still shocked him. Could it be that there is actually a medicine soul with 5 colors among this group of foreign cultivators? Why didn't I know about it? If there really is a medicine soul with 5 colors, then, no matter how much I dislike this group of people, I can't do anything to them. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.